and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to welcome you to Wimberley, Texas, to Texan Stadium, the home of the Wimberley Texans. Thank you for joining us today. The teams of District 27 represented here today are Bandera, Bernie, Canyon Lake, Davenport, Fredericksburg, Geronimo Navarro, and Wimberley. We'd like to extend our best of luck to each participant today. And ask that folks in the stands cheering all of these athletes on, recognizing the time and effort they've given up over years to be in this position today and to be prepared to move on to the area track meet coming up. At this time, we ask you all to rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Coaches, I've been asked to make sure that all coaches will meet at the meet finish line at this time. If you're a coach, ask at this time you meet at the finish line at this time. Sorry, I'm being told that's head coaches. All head coaches to the finish line.
Hi, friends, and welcome. District 27 4A track meet here in Wimberley, Texas. Jared Robinson, Darren Masur here with you. Jordan Wink with us on our production board to our left-hand side here, and we've got a district track meet today, Darren, and we've got some really, really beautiful weather here in Wimberley, Texas.
Oh, man, it is a Chamber of Commerce day, and this is where it all begins. You couldn't ask for better weather for a district track meet than what we have in Wimberley, Texas today, and you know, if you're an athlete down there on the field stretching, loosening up, getting your warm-ups in, you're thinking, you know, this is where it starts to try to get to state, and that's the ultimate goal for a lot of these athletes here today. And I could see this is the type of weather, Jared, where I could see some records falling today, some school records, some district records. So
a little bit of wind, not a crazy wind here. I don't know the exact miles per hour on what it is. We'll see if it affects at all as far as the way that the events are run and things of that nature. But a beautiful afternoon, and this is one of those where you train all year. You train in the off season. You train during the summertime, and you train for one event. In track, it's that interesting one. It's the ability to go to one event, to move on or not move on. You've got you got baseball, softball, spring events. You got football, 16 games in football to win a state championship. You can falter in the beginning of one. There is no faltering here in track. It's district track meet and moving on. If you don't move on, your season is over with.
That's right. And you're looking to fill one of those. If you're in an individual event, you're looking to fill one of those top 3 spots to advance to area the next round on that road to state. And so many of these kids, at schools this size, 4A high schools, are multi-sport athletes. I know Wimberley's got a girl, Juniper Daniel, that's a high jumper, and she's also playing softball at that, at the same time. You got the Grona girls that are great basketball players. Their mom's the head basketball coach at Fredericksburg, and she's got girls out here running track as well. And Bailey Gold. There's so many student athletes at all of these schools that are multi-sport athletes, and they put all of their time and efforts into different things. But it all comes down to the district track meet to try to advance.
Yeah, and 100%, that's exactly what it is. It is win, place, or go home here today at the District 27 track meet. Let's go through the schedule for today if you're out there and just turning us on. First race will be the 4x100-meter relays, and that is going to start out JV girls, JV boys, followed by the varsity girls and varsity boys. That's at 5 o'clock. At 5:20, we're going to run with the 800-meter, and it's going to flow the same way throughout all of it. It's going to be JV girls, JV boys, varsity girls, varsity boys. If they are there, there's a couple races that are JV girls, varsity girls, just because it doesn't run the JV boys event. It's very similar to 300-meter hurdles. JV boys won't run that. So
that's right.
JV girls are on the track right now as we are getting ready for our first race here of the finals for District 27. In lane 1 here for the girls 4x100-meter relay in the junior varsity, it's going to be Bernie. In lane 2, it'll be Geronimo Navarro. In 3, it'll be Wimberley. 4, Canyon Lake. 5, Davenport. Lane 6 will be Fredericksburg. And lane 7 will be Bandera. And, of course, no prelims for this, so there's no favorite going into it as far as fastest time. We're going to kind of call it as we see it here.
And they draw lanes on these relays, so there's, like you said, there's no previous times that go into the play here. They draw for lanes, and Wimberley and Canyon Lake getting that 3-4, and Davenport in the 5 lane. And it's interesting because on a one-day track meet, Jared, you have the 3,200-meter run that happens before the 4x1 happens, but we're going straight into one of the fastest races in the entire meet, the 4x1.
Yeah, 3,200 finals were yesterday. Only one race for the 3,200. We'll talk about results as we go throughout the broadcast here tonight. I want to give a special thanks to everybody involved with this District 27 track meet. That includes all the coaches, all the athletes, all the volunteers that are putting their time into it down on the sidelines, making sure that people are quiet, and down on the infield. And special shout out to all of those, and then, of course, all the fans of these athletes that show up for these. It's a big deal and an awesome time. And like I said, an opportunity for, on the varsity level at least, let me rephrase that, on the varsity level, to advance and to move on to the next phase. And so it's always fun and interesting, but you can't do it without the people that volunteer and give their time. I know the Wimberley track meet, I was down on the field doing some announcing stuff, and I will tell you, you are down there and you're there a long time and you're standing for a long time. It is not the easiest thing in the world to sit through a whole track meet. So hats off and shout out to all those volunteers and all those coaches and everybody who
starters as well. You've got a starter and a backup starter too, and it looks like Coach Warren may be the backup starter, the Wimberley athletic director today. Not sure who the starter is, but we'll figure that out because race number 1 is about to start.
And they are in the blocks. Again, it's Bernie in lane 1, Navarro in lane 2, Wimberley 3, Canyon Lake 4, Davenport 5, Fredericksburg 6, and Bandera 7. And the gun is up here for the first race to get us kicked off. JV girls in the district. And they are off. So the 4x100-meter relay, first leg and third leg are the long legs. Picking up is lane 3. Nice job by Wimberley. Cutting off some of the ground, hands off on the top side, look good. Out on the top side, Wimberley still closing down in lane 3.
Yeah, and handoff such a huge factor in this race. So far, all the handoffs for the leading teams looked really clean and crisp.
Fredericksburg still on the outside. Wimberley again closing in that lane 3. Kind of the offset doesn't show it, but Wimberley, the early lead out first is the Texans in lane 3. On the outside, it is also Fredericksburg in lane 6. In lane 5, Davenport closing a little bit on Wimberley. 40 yards to go, or 40 meters. Trying to catch up are the Davenport Wolves, but it will be the Wimberley Texans, Davenport Wolves, and the Battling Billies of Fredericksburg, Texas to go 1, 2, 3 Wimberley takes it with a 51.624. Davenport with a 51.948. Fredericksburg at a 52.618. That is first, second, and third in our first race here for JV girls 4x100 meter.
Really impressed with all the teams that finished 1, 2, and 3, the gold, silver, and bronze medals there for those JV girls, with all of the exchanges being really clean. Really all the teams in that race, there was not one violation. We do have a red flag actually in the third zone on the curve. On the backside, we're going to see, he's got it up just waiting for the guys to get lined up.
I think he's got it good to go.
He's got white now. So, yeah, good clean relay there, and Wimberley the victor in race number 1 today. And the JV girls, like you said, they can't advance beyond this, but I have seen JV girls in the past at schools who have run really well at district that get promoted as an alternate for the
varsity,
for the area championship next week. So
junior varsity boys relay up next, 4x100. Lane 1, it'll be Wimberley. 2, it'll be Davenport. 3, it'll be Canyon Lake. 4, Bernie. 5, Bandera. 6, Navarro. And 7 will be Fredericksburg. That Wimberley Lady JV Texan team was Audrey Johnson on the first leg, Aspen Staten the second, Brinley Simpson, and the kick leg was Cameron Lancaster. So congratulations to the Wimberley Texans on their victory here for the first race, the JV girls 4x100 meter. JV boys 4x100 coming up. And you mentioned it, Darren, too, that middle lane draw, Wimberley out of the lane 3. So, they say the first and third leg are the longer legs on the curves, and really, really good job on that first leg. Audrey Johnson, guns up, and we're ready to go here for the JV boys. Out of the blocks. It looks pretty standard straight off the front.
Bernie making up some ground on that stagger there.
Clean handoffs on the top side. Out in lane 7, Fredericksburg still pushing the pace, picking up in the middle now. Bandera looks like in lane 5 gaining some space, as well as Bernie. Third handoff, everybody looks good there. No red flag. Bandera really starting to make up on the curve, as well as Davenport in lane 2. Yeah, Davenport will be out first.
Yeah, really good handoff on the 3-4 exchange.
Final 100, it's Davenport taking the lead, Bandera in second. Bernie trying to keep it, but on the outside, it looks like Fredericksburg's going to come up in the third place. It's going to be Davenport, Bandera, and then it's a real close tie after that. We'll see what the numbers say. It will be Davenport with a 45.093, Bandera with a 45.963, and in third it will be Fredericksburg. They're in lane 7. They came on the outside, and they got it with a 46.04. So congratulations to the Davenport Wolves, that junior varsity team for Davenport made up of Hayden Turner in the first leg, Brandon Ramirez, Adam Elza in the third, and the kick leg was Trey Doherty.
Man, and it's tough today because you mentioned there's a little bit of wind coming out of the south, and it's not aggressive wind, but at least 10 miles per hour, and you're having to finish these relays, this 4x1, into a pretty stiff breeze, and those kids gutting it out. Fredericksburg coming back to get that third place medal and get that team on the board.
Moving it on now, we got the the varsity girls here in the 4x100 meters. There is not a lane 1 in this for the girls. It will be in lane 2. It'll be the Canyon Lake Hawks. 3, it'll be the Bernie Greyhounds. 4, the Texans of Wimberley. 5, Davenport Wolves. 6, Fredericksburg Battling Billies. And in the 7th, it'll be the Bandera Bulldogs. So no lane 1 on this race as they are getting prepped down on the first corner right here in front of us. Great camera work, by the way, today.
Absolutely. It's interesting. You look up and down these names that are on all these relays. You recognize so many of these girls' names from different sports, including softball and volleyball. So there's some girls, multi-sport athletes out there for Fredericksburg that I recognize. Davenport, Ryan Kovacs, who I believe was a volleyball player. The Wimberley team filled with multi-sport athletes as well.
Yeah, same thing with Fredericksburg. You got some softball players. Ava Stewie, young lady who's down there. Gun is up here for race number 3, and it's on the way. Varsity girls out of the blocks. Very, very tight after turn 1. Up on the top side, out of lane 6, Navarro gains a little bit of ground. Good handoff by Navarro after that first turn. Picking up pace, coming in on that top side as well. Good leg on the second leg for Navarro. Handoff right on the bottom side of it.
Really
Below
good.
Navarro is Wimberley.
Yeah, really good handoff, too, on the 3-4 exchange for Wimberley.
Out to the lead. Trying to see who gets the first kick. It'll be 6 and 7. It will be Navarro and Wimberley.
We got Fredericksburg in 2 right here. Laney Hennessy from Wimberley trying to catch her down the stretch.
It will be Navarro with the victory. On the outside, it looked like Canyon Lake may get the second, or it could be Wimberley, depending on the stretch. We'll see what it is. It is, see the final here. They have a lane 4. Wimberley takes the victory over Davenport.
Right. No, they got it.
Okay, we got a fix. That was going to say, that looked like a fix there.
That was Davenport 1.
So it will be Davenport, Wimberley, then Bernie. Canyon Lake just a smidge behind Bernie. Nice race. Davenport takes it with a 49.584. Wimberley with a 49.59, only .06.
Well, they're adjusting it. It's still we're getting delayed results a little bit.
I was going to say, Davenport should have won it a little bit quicker. Yeah, there it is, 49.2 for the Davenport Wolves. They take the victory, .379 faster than Fredericksburg in second.
That's
so it
looked
was
like.
Fred in second, 49.58. Wimberley with a 49.59, .01 behind there. So congratulations to that Davenport Wolves team for taking the district championship. Anaya Tinsley in the first leg, Ryan Kovacs, who you mentioned, Riley Reisdorf, and Jeriana McWilliams in the kick leg for the Davenport Wolves, your district champions in girls varsity 4x100 meter. And now you've got the boys, varsity boys, 4x100 meter, preparing down in the blocks. So far, really good races here.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a clear-cut 1, 2, and 3 in all of the relays so far. I thought Ava Stewie, the Fredericksburg leadoff leg right there for the Fredericksburg Billies was, or actually she was the 4. She's the one that held off Laney Hennessy right there for Wimberley to get second place for Fredericksburg. She ran a really good leg, and the leadoff leg for Fredericksburg as well. Rylan Oliver did a really good job to get them off to a good start.
In the blocks, it'll be lane 1, Navarro, 2, it'll be Bandera, 3, Fredericksburg, 4, Bernie, 5, Wimberley, 6, Davenport, and 7, Canyon Lake. The gun is up for the varsity boys. 4x100, hand is up, and we are off. Out of the blocks, good start from everybody, clean. Coming out, it'll be in lane 4. Looked like Bernie made a pretty good move coming out of that. Nice handoff from all of them. Canyon Lake getting sucked in a little bit there by Davenport. Bernie as well. Wimberley sitting in the third place right now. It's all about handoffs up on the third leg. A little bit of movement there, but looks like Bernie has taken it back over. Bernie will get out of the blocks here in the final leg, and they are out with a pretty good lead. Davenport behind them and the Wimberley Texans. Not far behind Wimberley is Fredericksburg. Wimberley taking over second from Davenport. A great kick leg for the Texans. This one will be close at the end. It will no doubt be Bernie in first. 2 and 3 will come down to what the censor says between Davenport and Wimberley. It will be Bernie, 42.237, and it looks like the Wimberley Texans will take the second with 42.85. Davenport Wolves with a 42.867. Bernie falling in the fourth spot. Man, what a tight finish between second, third, and fourth. Second was 42.85, 42.86, and only .007 Fredericksburg behind that. So, man, what a race it was right there. Davenport Wolves, fantastic job by them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, just the first leg, again, with a perfect exchange between 1 and 2. Really for all the teams that finished in the top 3 right there, but really good leg from the first leadoff runner for Davenport.
Good.
And Bernie.
Yeah, absolutely. Bernie, the second leg for Bernie was absolutely phenomenal right there. Bernie just, they really, it was an amazing job of really utilizing the handoff and everything that they did. We knew they were going to be quick, though. There was no secret about that. Bernie's got a really good track team. So next up, we have got a little bit of a break here because we're going to move it over. And I think we're going to go down to the 800 meter, and they are lined up down there on the bottom side already, trying to get all the blocks and everything off. No station, so it'll be starting out with the JV girls 800 meter run.
You said it off the air before the show. This
worst
is
race ever, by the way.
This is a torture race. I actually ran this in our district track meet my senior year, and did really well on that first lap, but that second lap not so much. But, man, this is a gut race. I mean, it's become almost a sprint now. A lot of people that have run this, so they kind of – there's strategy to it for sure, but it's almost become like a 400 meters. It's become where, you need a kick, but you really have to run at a solid pace the entire race these days with these athletes advanced as they are and fast as they are these days, it's no longer a distance run. It is a long sprint.
Oh, yeah, absolutely 100%. It is a sprint, and it is a, like I said, it's a gut check. It's one of those that you have to literally have everything in you, because the last really 150 meters is where you really find out how big of a person you are inside and how bad you want it and what your training was all year long. So looks like we have 2 sections in the finals for the girls' junior varsity 800-meter run. So section 1 of the finals will be in lane 1, Fredericksburg, and I believe it's, and they cut some of these names off, so I'm going to go with it. I think it's Valeria Ramirez, Canyon Lake, Jaslyn Kearney from Navarro in lane 3. It'll be Liliana Leslie in lane 4 from Bernie, Risa Asher. In lane 5 from Bandera, Lori King. In lane 6 from Bandera, Riley Lelaney. In Fredericksburg, lane 7, Ella LaRoe. In lane 8, and these are not lanes, by the way, I'm referencing where they're lining up. It's the 800 meters, so they're all lining up in one big bunch. Let me rephrase that.
Right.
Canyon Lake, it'll be Zoe O'Neill. Wimberley, it'll be Brenna Weger. And from Bandera, Kyra Blake will be the 9th runner.
So they'll probably run all 22 of them in the same race. They'll do a waterfall start where there will be 2 girls in lane 1, 2 in lane 2, and they'll just kind of stagger them. There's a little arc on just beyond the starting line where the lanes are printed on the track. So that's the way I would assume they will run this. But
I thought that too, but I see 2 sections.
I could be wrong, but we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I think they're actually going to run 2 sections for the girls' 800-meter. I think they'll run 2 true sections. And you see the arc on the television. Jason Valentine standing right there is the director for the to get them started. He'll walk them up to that arc line if you're looking, as he can show you. It will be Canyon Lake on the outside, mentioned just a minute ago. And we'll see if they do waterfall them in, but it looks like they're going to go with just straight up. So junior varsity girls 800-meter run will be our next race. Luckily for you and I, we don't have to find enough time to fill for the 3,200-meter run, because people may get tired of us talking if that happens. They're going to get tired of us talking anyway at some point. But
yeah, that would have been a lot of time filling for sure. On the 3,200, that takes quite some time, unless you're A.J. Hanley, apparently, for Wimberley High School, who has set a school record this year in the 3,200 and was able to win that event yesterday.
Yeah, how impressive was that? I mean, and it was –
fought off a kid from Bernie that just – man, it was a tough race yesterday in that final for the 3,200.
Yeah, and as we have a little bit of time, we'll start going through some of the other scores. The 3,200-meter boys final was, in fact, A.J. Hanley – in first for Wimberley with a 9:54.99. In second, you just mentioned it, Karsten Bain, a 9:55.04, 0.05 difference between your first and second place for the district championship. A.J. Hanley in first, Karsten Bain in second, Aaron Garcia in third from Bernie with a 10:86. So they are set up now, ready to go, and they're just going to run them straight out of the blocks. They're going to go white lines, if you're watching.
So a staggered start instead of a waterfall start. So, and again, this is where they'll cut in. I guess that'll be at the 200 mark. No, they'll cut in at the 100
They'll cut
mark.
in at the 100. They'll fall down where the they'll stay. Oh, I say that. Let me take that back. They will stay in their lanes past the 100.
Through the cones at the 100.
Correct. That's exactly right. And we are off. The gun fires. So the girls' junior varsity 800-meter run is underway. This one is a literal gut check for everybody involved. This is that race, too, that you do have to find a pace. It's not a sprint, but when you get to that varsity level, it's really an all-out. It's interesting to watch the splits in the 800-meter run as these girls just get started. You see them falling down now in the waterfall down to lane 1 and 2.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, you've really got to pace yourself through this first lap, because – you can go out there, if you've really trained for this, you can go out there and run a really low first lap and then just have nothing left in the tank, and especially coming against this south wind that's coming in. It's not a huge wind, like you said, but it can be in your face a little bit, and you've got to really save something for that home stretch when you come off that last curve.
Brenna Weger in the lead for the Wimberley Texans. Bernie right behind them with Canyon Lake in third. Here First lap for this girls' 800-meter run coming down the home stretch for the first 400 meters. One more lap still to go. We'll try to give you the lead lap split. The person in first for that one sits right about a 1:15. Brenna Weger still out in the lead for the junior varsity Wimberley Texans. Birdie in second, Canyon Lake in third.
Yeah, this is a race that my dad ran this in college, and back then it was the 880 yards. My dad, who's probably listening and watching along with us today, who was the head track coach at Westlake High School for 10 years. And, man, I don't know how you come to love this event, but those that run it and do it well, they really like it. So,
yeah, it is a hard race. They say, a lot of people say this is the hardest race in track and field because it is one of those where it really is a gut check. I mean,
I'm going to go 300 hurdles on that. When you have
that's
to run
the other
300
that's
meters
the other, yeah.
and jump over an obstacle, that's pretty tough to me. So,
Weger getting taken in just a little bit, movement on the outside now, Bernie, and with an outside movement, trying to see who exactly is coming up on the outside. Looks like the Fredericksburg Battling Billies coming in from the right. Valeria Ramirez, Brenna Weger in first and second. Weger trying to catch back up. It looks like Ramirez may take this, and third is going to be Canyon Lake, fourth Bernie. Not to be said, but Bandera is going to late kick. Coming down the stretch, Bandera is going to pull down the Canyon Lake, and she is going to go third. So it will go Fredericksburg, Wimberley, Bandera, great back leg, Valeria Ramirez, Brenna Weger, and Kira Blake will be the top three. 239.706 for Ramirez from Fredericksburg takes the JV district title. Brenna Weger at a 241.914, and Kira Blake with a 243.091. That is your top three with Section 1 of the girls' 800-meter junior varsity run.
So we'll keep an eye on those times to see what basically heat number 2 does against heat number 1 time-wise, but really good, I thought, opening first lap for Brenna Weger from Wimberley to kind of set the pace. You know, she was kind of the pace setter there in that event, and Valeria Ramirez from Fredericksburg just really down the home stretch, really the last 150 meters, Jared, just really turned it on and had a lot of kick left and opened it up and finished, and Brenna was able to hang on to that second place and get that silver medal. Oh, well, we'll see.
See what
finish
that
second
is, yeah.
in that heat.
So 239.706 is the mark. Valeria Ramirez from Fredericksburg, and I did say that a minute ago. I apologize. That is not technically the JV district title just yet because Section 2 will be Gemma Thiele from Fredericksburg, Lily Alba from Canyon Lake, Brooklyn Bray from Wimberley, Annie Eilers from Fredericksburg, from Wimberley, Sarah Collier, Abigail Stark from Davenport, Brooke Asher from Bernie, Sadie Azua from Davenport, Haley Horner from Navarro, and River Gomez from Davenport will be here in Section 2. The gun is up from the starter. Still getting ready to go, and they are off. Section 2 underway of the girls' 800-meter junior varsity. Again, we'll stay in their lanes through the first 100 meters and then waterfall down after they get through the cones if you're watching. As lane 8 right now has just hit the cones, and they will start trickling down into lane 1. JV boys 800-meter will come up next.
And it looks like just one heat of that, one section, so to speak. Oh, no, there's two.
No, there's two
on that one as well.
Two.
So,
I believe the JVs will have two sections of those. Big commanding lead here to start it off for the 800 on the junior varsity girls in the Section 2. I don't know all of the names, so I'm going to apologize. I can't see the numbers of which ones they are. It is trying to see who we have, where from. It is a Davenport Wolves.
Like Davenport, yeah.
So Abigail Stark or River Gomez. And in second place, it'll be the Wimberley Texans. In third, it will be Bernie Greyhounds. Fredericksburg in fourth place. So coming across the line first are the Davenport Wolves.
At a 1:13 first lap split there, and that's about 2 seconds faster than the previous heat. So a good start right there for Davenport.
Yeah, Davenport well out underway. Sadie Azua, also from Davenport, missed her just a moment ago. Sorry about that. So we'll see who the young lady is out in first, but she's got a good commanding lead right now, about 40-meter lead on the second place from Wimberley, Texas. From Wimberley, that's Sarah Collier or Brooklyn Bray. slowing down a little bit on the backside after 650 meters. Hurdlers getting ready on the infield, you can see as well if you're watching.
Yeah, in this section, a little bit more spread out than heat number 1 with, a lot of distance between each runner. And but still gutting it out, trying to come around this last curve for Davenport in the lead.
Yeah, great pace. You mentioned a minute ago, 2 seconds ahead of the pace set by Brenna Weger in the first one. Valeria Ramirez had a really, really good 150-meter last kick. We'll see if Davenport can match that. Sitting at 2:25 on the clock right now, and the last 80 meters coming up. Nice push right here from the Davenport Wolves. She's definitely going to take first and second. It's going to be a battle, though, as Fredericksburg has fought back up. Wimberley in second right now. Fredericksburg's going to pass her up at about 70 meters, so Fredericksburg is going to try to take the second place away from Wimberley. Then doesn't look like Wimberley's ready to give it up yet, but it will. River Gomez from Davenport will take the victory. In second place from Fredericksburg, she will overtake Wimberley. It will be Gemma Thiele and Sarah Collier. River Gomez, 241.186. She will take the second place. So Valeria Ramirez will take first, 239.706. So congratulations to Valeria Ramirez with the overall first in the JV district, 241.186 for your Heat 2, your Section 2 River Gomez.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, that's a really, really good time for a second heat for sure, and she's probably going to medal with that. If I had to guess, she'll definitely place.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's.
I guess are they going to mix the results there between the two?
They will. Yeah, it will take a minute. If you're out looking on milesplit.live, that is the location of the times themselves. They don't load 100% accurate or 100% right when the race is run, but they're pretty quick. And so the finals is Valeria Ramirez, River Gomez in second, Brenna Weger in third place. Those are your top three in your JV girls 800-meter run. JV boys now stepping up. 2 sections of this one. First section will be Brendan Whitworth from Davenport, Julian Wassel from Bernie, Larry Jones from Fredericksburg, Alfredo Rodriguez from Fredericksburg, Christian Olvero from Fredericksburg, Aiden King from Canyon Lake, Brylan Thomason from Bernie, Jose Gonzalez from Canyon Lake, Edgar Hernandez from Navarro, Caden Ferry from Bernie, Aiden Sixtos from Bandera, Emilio Salazar from Navarro, Rylan Hirschman from Fredericksburg, and Keaton Sarver from Bandera, and they are already off as I went through the 15 names for the first section of the 800 boys. Again, trickling down to lane 1, and there is a 0% possibility that we can tell you who each one of these are, but Davenport out into the lead to Bernie, followed by a Fredericksburg down on the bottom side in fourth.
Yeah, and Bernie and Bandera, Fredericksburg, all teams that historically have had really good distance runners. You saw, like you mentioned earlier, the Bernie kid that won or got second place behind A.J. Hanley in the 3200. They always have good distance runners at that school.
So JV boys, junior varsity 800-meter, taking on the outside. Bernie after the first 300 meters now moving the pace up a little bit in the green shoes. It'll be 3 Bernie Greyhounds in the top 4 along with a Davenport Wolf.
Man, it's a lot of purple up front.
Nice split right here. 107 will be the split for Bernie Greyhounds. Again, top 3 now sit with the Bernie Greyhounds. Davenport now in 4th place, Fredericksburg in 5th. No Wimberley Texans in Section 1 at all if you're out watching for Wimberley.
Yeah, and we got different uniforms amongst teams, so it's really hard to tell because you got a Bernie in gray in 2nd place that's about to overtake 1st place down the straightaway on the far side.
That's after 500. Bernie now still in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but a little bit slower pace. Bernie kicked it up at about the 300, and then now overtaken on the backside by his teammates. Still 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Davenport making a move after 700 on the top side, trying to figure out a way, or coming up to 700. Davenport with a late kick, trying to make a move. Vying for 2nd place, Bernie Greyhounds in 1st. It will be Davenport in 2nd. A late push by the Davenport Wolves coming down in lane 2. Bernie trying to fight them off. They're going to go toe-to-toe all the way to the end. Who will it be? Davenport pushing as hard as they can. It's going to be a finish. It looks like it will be the Davenport Wolves who take 1st place. It'll be Brendan Whitworth in 1st place. 213.051 will be the time to beat. In second place, it'll be Julian Wassel, Brylan Thomason in third. Julian with a 2:13.272. Brylan with a 2:13.907. Larry Jones for Fredericksburg, as well as Alfredo Rodriguez in third and fourth place.
Great kick right there by Whitworth for Davenport to win that heat, because he was really in third place coming off the home stretch and off the last curve, and really turned it on about the 125 meter mark, and able to gut it out down the stretch for that 2:13.05. We'll see how that stands with heat number 2 to come.
Section 2 of the finals, it will be Aiden Sarver from Bandera, Wyatt Fairley from Bernie, William Malone from Wimberley, Ben Rylander from Bernie, Caleb Duffick from Navarro, Mason Allen from Wimberley, Cash Copeland from Bernie, Colin Murrer from Navarro, Philemon Quintero from Bandera, Julius DeLeon from Navarro, Carter Rissmiller from Bandera, Brian Martin from Davenport, and Joshua Krause from Navarro as they stand on the starting line right now. Jason Valentine, the gentleman that you see right there directing traffic.
Most impressive thing to me is that this many kids want to run the 800 meters. That's the most impressive thing to me so far. I mean,
I remember when I had to run the 800.
There's 29 of them on the boys JV, and there's 22 in the girls JV.
I remember when they said, Jared, you should run the 800 meter, and it was just because I didn't need to be in track or anywhere else for that matter. So
same. Well, it was for us. It was at Liberty Hill my senior year. They wanted to win district in every event, and they said you have to pick one event to go try to get us a point.
Get you a point. We are off. The gun was up and fired off. They are off in the first 50 for the final of the JV Section 2 of the Junior Varsity Boys 800 meter run. Now passing the 100 meters and start filtering down. In first place and second, it'll be Bandera, followed by Bernie. Fredericksburg as well up there. Davenport in fourth now. Bandera setting the pace here in the second section of the Junior Varsity Boys 800.
And again, that first heat at the turn or at the end of the first lap was a 67 split. So we'll see where this heat matches up against that with these 1, 2, and 3. Bandera looking really strong around that first lap.
Coming out of the first 300 right at 50 seconds. So good split right there for the Bandera Bulldogs. Bernie coming in now in third place. You can tell Bernie because they have the extremely bright shoes on. If you're watching on YouTube here for the District 27 track meet 4A. Bandera first, second, Bernie in third. Davenport in fourth place. 109 on the first split for the Bandera Bulldogs.
So 2 seconds off of the previous heat. So yeah, I want to know what kind of shoes you wore when you ran track, Jared.
Tennis shoes, because I wasn't fast enough to wear.
That's what I figured.
To wear.
So,
they didn't give me the other ones.
They didn't ask you if you wanted to run it. They told you were going to run it.
They said, yeah, you're running the second event of the 800. You can leave after that if you want to. Bandera still stretching the lead out, about a 30-meter lead up on the top side for Bandera. Bandera in first, Bandera in second, Bernie in third, Davenport in fourth. Still the same as they cross the 600 meters. Looking for a 2:13.051. Brendan Whitworth in Section 1 for a district championship on the Junior Varsity Boys 800 meter. Bandera still in the lead coming into the last 100.
Yep, Bandera still 1 and 2. Davenport in third place.
Davenport just crossing the 100, so about a 50, 60-meter lead. Bandera in second place, kicking it up a little bit. It will go Bandera, and it appears it will be Bandera, Davenport. Late kick from Bernie will pass up Navarro for fourth place. But we will see who gets the first one. It will be Aiden Sarver, Philemon Quintero, and then Brian Martin from Davenport in the top three. Ben Rylander from Bernie did overtake Caleb Duffick from Navarro. It'll be a 2:17.719, so 4 seconds off of the Brendan Whitworth. So Brendan Whitworth will take first in your junior varsity. Coming from the Section 1 of those two, Brendan Whitworth will be your junior varsity district championship winner here of District 27 junior varsity. So as we get the final scores, we'll plug them up to you. But just our notes, what we've got written down here, very aware that that's what it will be, 213.06. And I think the top three may come out of Section 1, to be straightforward with you. We'll make sure that is going to be the case, but I'm almost positive that Brendan Whitworth will be the first. It'll be Julian Wassel and Brylan Thomason will be the top three. Not confirmed just yet, but That should be your top three for the junior varsity boys 800-meter run. Next up will be the varsity girls 800-meter as they already lined up again. Single section of this one, Tyler Grona from Fredericksburg, Hannah Hammer from Canyon Lake, Rylan Grona from Fredericksburg, Allison Dodds from Wimberley, Tatum Moeller from Bandera, Madeline Kovar from Fredericksburg, Whitley Leonard from Wimberley, Olivia Bounds from Davenport, Lily Cox from Bernie, Madison Anderson from Wimberley, Melissa Casas from Bandera, Gianna Cortez from Canyon Lake, Landon Wade from Bernie, and Mary Robinson from Bandera. They are already off.
And look out for the two Fredericksburg girls here, the two Grona sisters, really good basketball players and really, really good distance runners. And they will run several events tonight, I'm sure. Allison Dodds, another one to look out for Wimberley. Her dad, or her grandpa, DeLoss Dodds, the former UT athletic director.
That is correct. Coming up on the 200-meter.
And that looks like Taylor Grona out, kind of setting the pace right here for Wimberley. And her sister Rylan in third as they come off the last curve on lap number 1. It
is the Fredericksburg Battling Billies out in front, Canyon Lake in second, and Fredericksburg in third. Wimberley sitting right there in the fourth, now overtaking third. I believe you are correct. I believe that is both Taylor and Rylan Grona. Hannah Hammer as well, followed by Allison Dodds.
4 strong runners right there, Jared.
So real tight bunch right here in the varsity girls. First split's going to come out right at 111.5. So after the first one, we're seeing both Fredericksburg, Rylan, and Taylor Grona, Hannah Hammer, as well as Allison Dodds still sitting up in the first, second, third, and fourth. Dodds has moved up now in the third place, kind of back and forth with Grona coming out of third.
Yeah, and Grona's really trying to push to get into that third spot. Had to run a little bit of extra distance there, being on the outside on that curve. This is where you try to make up your ground on the straightaway here on these distance races, is run as little distance as you can from point A to point B. We'll see what happens when they come off the last curve here. Hannah Hammer really strong so far.
Good kick on the outside right there by Fredericksburg, though. Now Fredericksburg sitting in first, Hannah Hammer in second, in third, Fredericksburg in fourth, Wimberley. Top four have kind of separated a little bit from the rest of the pack, and a huge kick by the Fredericksburg Battling Billies coming up in the last 100. Nice as well coming from the Fredericksburg in third place. Hannah Hammer sitting in second, trying to hold off Fredericksburg from second place. It looks like Grona will catch her right at the finish line. She will. Taylor Grona will take first place. Rylan Grona in second place, and it will be Hannah Hammer in third as well. Following will be Allison Dodds, 222.758 for Allison Dodds. The winner is a 219.581. Taylor Grona takes the victory, and she is the district champion for District 27 4A in the varsity girls. Rylan Grona in second with a 221.436.
Well, a really great race by Hannah Hammer as well for Canyon Lake, and I expected that out of the Grona sisters. I mean, just really, really good kick down the stretch by both of them. Taylor opening up the lead to win it and take that district gold medal home, and then her little sister Rylan just really pushing to get second place and get that silver medal and get some big points on the board for Fredericksburg. I mean, Fredericksburg, this team, Jared, they bring like 2 buses to these track meets. They are dedicated to this sport, and they did a heck of a job.
All right, here we go. Varsity boys, 800-meter run. As you can see on the screen, if you're out there watching on the Wimberley ISD YouTube page, we appreciate you tuning in. The final results put up there by Mr. Jordan Wink, our producer for today's show, the man, the myth, and the legend. Jonah Green will be from Fredericksburg, Barrett Crofit from Bernie, Derek Adams from Fredericksburg, A.J. Hanley from Wimberley, Cal Taylor from Davenport, Mariano Casas from Bandera, Ruben Ruiz Palacios from Bandera, Taysom Farrer from Bernie, in Ethan Liu from Navarro, Brennan Ramsey from Wimberley, Hagan Gill from Canyon Lake, and Josiah McPherson from Canyon Lake will be in this heat. There's only 4 of them down there, and I have
we got 8. Yeah, they're 4 up top.
I still listed
they stagger them a little bit different on the boys.
I listed about 12 of them off there, so obviously some of them are not running.
Dropped.
Only 9 running. The top 9, so 3 drops out of this one. Don't know exactly who they are, but the boys varsity 300 or 800 meters is underway.
Good start for Bernie.
Bernie in the gray.
100-meter hurdles and 110-meter hurdles on the near side.
I think it's Bernie. I'm trying to see the gray.
Yeah,
like you said a minute ago,
it's
kind of
Davenport in the. Oh no, they're in white.
Kind of a weird deal. They use different uniforms here. That is actually the Fredericksburg Baton Billies out in front. Bernie in second. AJ Hanley from Wimberley in third. So it is Fredericksburg, Bernie, Wimberley, followed by Fredericksburg in fourth. So Jonah Green sitting out up front, Barrett Crofit and Derek Adams in fourth, AJ Hanley in third place for the Texans. And that's the way it crosses after the first 400 meters. Somewhat of an assumption by me, too, a little bit.
First lap split was about 64, 63, somewhere in there. So pretty good first lap.
Jonah Green stretching out the lead a little bit. AJ from Wimberley trying to work up his way into Barrett Crofit. He will get the pass right at 550 meters.
Yeah, good job by AJ there passing on the straightaway.
Jonah Green, after 600, still in first place. Derek Adams falls off into third place for Fredericksburg. So it's Fredericksburg, Wimberley, Fredericksburg, followed by Bernie and Davenport. Green on the last 100. A.J. Hanley a little bit too far back to catch him unless he's got more than what we know. Bernie coming up on the outside here at about 50 meters left, overtaking the third place. Hanley at jeopardy here of falling into fourth. Nice finish on the Fredericksburg Battling Billies. It will be Jonah Green, just under 2 minutes. Barrett Crofit from Bernie at a 2 minute. Arlen Hanley will be in third at a 2-minute .7. Let's see if that gets adjusted. Those are instantaneous results, but it does look like the top three right now: Jonah Green, Barrett Crofit, and A.J. Hanley. 159.004 for Jonah Green to become your district champion. Again, District 27 champion.
Yeah, and this may be one of those deals where it's a photo finish. They actually go to the iPad down there and to see if there was a catch there, because I felt like there was a third.
Looked like Bernie got up on the outside.
Bernie got there just in time, maybe to get that third place.
And Barrett Crofit did finish in second place. He did finish on the outside, but they're giving A.J. Hanley the third place. Cal Taylor, the Davenport Wolves, they're saying did not run it down. There's the switch right there. Derek Adams from Fredericksburg did get the third. Wondering if they were going to do that. Derek Adams did move up. A.J. Hanley moves into the fourth. So the top third is Jonah Green from Fredericksburg, Barrett Crofit in second place from Bernie, and Derek Adams in third place. Really, really tight, right in all the middle of that. In fact, second, third, and fourth. 2 minutes, .59, 2 minutes, .67, 2 minutes, .7. So really tight.
0.2 seconds separating second, third, and fourth place, and a really good time by Green right there from Fredericksburg with a 1:59, a sub-2 minute, 800. Really impressive performance by him.
And now we move on to the jumping. We are going to the girls' 100-meter hurdles, so it's going to take us just a second to get things going with the 100-meter hurdles. They've got to get all the hurdles out. So let's talk a little bit about field events, Darren, as we mentioned earlier. A lot of these already, or all of these already done. Girls varsity discus, Reese Sagebiel took the victory with a throw of 122. The junior from Fredericksburg took the victory. District championship. Madison Wright in second place with a throw of 104. So 18 feet behind Reese is Madison Wright. That's a big difference. Both from Fredericksburg. Congratulations to them in 1-2. Ella Strom from Bernie, a freshman at 103.9, barely out of second place for ninth grade. That's going to be a name that you see. Ella's not going anywhere here in District 27. So watch her as she continues to compete at a very, very high level. Boys discus on the varsity side, Hunter Blundell from the Wimberley Texan senior through 126.8. Keegan Fisher from Bernie, the senior, 123.3, so about 3.5 feet, 3.3 foot 5 inches behind Hunter Blundell. Will Traylor from Bernie with a 122.1, the freshman from Bernie in third place. So that's your first, second, third for the varsity discus. And that's, man, you're, I'm going to go back here real quick to this varsity discus and Reese Sagebiel. 122, the winner of varsity boys, Hunter Blundell, was 126.
Right, yeah.
That's a throw there from your Fredericksburg champion.
There's some technique involved there for sure. A little bit different size discus too, so let's be aware of that. But yeah, definitely an impressive stat right there, 122. That's getting it out there a long way, winning it by, you said 18 feet, Jared?
Yeah, 18 feet. Yeah, she won it 122 over her teammate in second place, which was Madison Wright at a 104. So pretty impressive right there for for Reese from Fredericksburg. Only a junior for Reese Sagebiel.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier, just the depth with which the Fredericksburg Billies, run their track program. I mean, they have really got a lot of people in a lot of different events. There's not a weakness for them, really. I mean, you saw, Ava Stewie and those girls in the 4x1, the fastest sprint relay that there is, and then you see the field event success. You see the long distance success on the boys' side. I mean, it's really impressive what they do. Wimberley matching that, year in, year out as much as they can with the depth and what Coach DeMarco and Coach Lambert have done for the program here. The 2022 boys state champion, Wimberley Texans. I never thought I would say that, Jared, in this town.
Yeah,
but a very impressive team that they had in 2022, and just the participation at Wimberley and Fredericksburg, the numbers that they have out. Davenport's another one that's up and coming with just huge numbers.
So I'm going to throw everybody in the stadium and watching on television at home a complete and utter mess up. The wind is over 3 miles to 4 miles an hour.
Okay.
This race will be run right to left.
That's correct.
So typically this
on
race
your radio dial.
We're not on radio.
I know,
we're televised today.
We got to say that though.
On your radio dial. Typically this run is from left to right, from turn what would be technically turn 3 to the start finish line. However, because of the wind today, the ruling was we're going the other way.
Okay.
We're not going to run into the wind. We're running right to left. And so Jordan Wink unhappy about this right now because just straightforward for everybody watching, we have a camera system that is set up specifically for left to right races. Jordan right now probably
he's scrambling.
He's trying to figure out what camera can go where can we
he's
put
trying
somebody.
To put on some of those bright green shoes that the Bernie Greyhounds are wearing to try to straighten out this camera here.
So we are going to run this race right to left. Greg Didalowitz down on the right-hand side. He'll have the open. Usually at the finish line, Coach Didalowitz will have it, but we're going to run this race the opposite way. So our finish line camera here will not quite be as good as the other races. These short 100-meter, 110 hurdles and the 100-meter dash will be the only races that we have this concern for, just FYI. How much does this flip as a runner, though? It's a different aspect of what you've done all year.
I think it's easier in the hurdles. I mean, it was something I did early on with my dad being a track coach. I was forced to try every event, I think, in track and field, and this is one of those where I'd much more prefer to run with, especially with a light wind like this, 3 to 4 miles per hour. It's different if it's 10 or 12, but you can really get your steps down if the wind's behind you. I feel like if you're running against the wind, those last couple of hurdles is a real challenge when you're trying to get your steps down and have the same number of steps between hurdles and that sort of thing because you're tired, you're going into the wind. In this case, you got the wind behind you. It's kind of a little bit smoother path for these athletes that are running across these obstacles in front of them.
So the other side of this one, too, as you see the junior varsity girls here for the 100-meter hurdles, lane assignments are based off of preliminary scores. So your best time is going to be in lane 4. It is going to be Maddie Moore from Fredericksburg. In second place is in lane 5, Irvi Dutta from Wimberley. In lane 3 will be your third place time from Wimberley, Harper Wakeham. In lane 6 will be Halston Stott from Fredericksburg. So that is the way it's going to see. So if you are continually seeing the middle of these lanes when the race, that is the way that it is set up. Your fastest time will always be all night long coming out of lane 4, your second fastest out of lane 5. So we're going to see a lot of battles head-to-head right next to each other all night long. Complete list right here. Out of lane 1 is Autumn Sanders, Bailey Barth. In lane 2, Harper Wakeham. In lane 3, Maddie Moore. In 4, Irvi Dutta. In 5, Halston Stott. In lane 6, Valerie Spagnolier. In lane 7, and Olivia Vasquez Hartman from Davenport in lane 8.
There you go. So like you said, lane 4 the fastest, then you go to 5, then you go to lane 3, then you go to lane 6 and lane 2. So we probably announced tonight, 1 through 8, but just know if they're in lane 4, 5 and 3. Those are your 3 fastest times going into the finals from the prelims yesterday.
So your JV fastest again is Maddie Moore from Fredericksburg. She ran a 17.47, almost a full second above Irvi Dutta from Wimberley with an 18.28. So those are the 2 to watch for sitting in the middle. Harper Wakeham from Wimberley at an 18.53 in lane 3 as we get prepared and started here for the junior varsity girls 100 meters. Coach Doug Warren standing out in front of them right now. Head coach and athletic director. Lacey Lambert down there as well, the girls' athletic coordinator for Wimberley, as they are the host this year, obviously, for this District 27 track meet. John Barthel's one of the starters, keeping everybody in line and in check. Blocks are already down. Starter waiting for the all clear and go at the end line. Start-finish line the other side. Usually this is a little bit easier because the start-finish line is everything is already set up, but believe it or not, they completely have to reset up the laser. Obviously, this is an event that they have a photo finish.
That's right.
And so they completely have to reset this up. Luckily for us, the 100, the 110 hurdles, and the 100-meter dash are all back-to-back. So these will all be run this way, and we'll get an opportunity to get it back set up once we get past the 100-meter dash. I would imagine the mile split guys right now are probably the most unhappy people because our next race will be the 4x2, and the 4x2 will go back to the start-finish line normal. So trying to calibrate the system real quick and get us set up.
So a little pause here, but all 8 lanes in the JV girls 100-meter hurdles are filled, so no drops there. All 8 girls that advance to the finals will be running and competing in this race. And, man, this is a fun one. This is one of those where it all comes down to technique and, of course, always speed, but really technique is so huge in this short race. And
we have got to say we got a bit of a problem here, so we're going to go to some field events again because if you're watching on YouTube, you can see somewhat of the mess of moving everything, having to replug it and recalibrate it and completely redo everything. So field events, girls high jump varsity. We'll go with that first. Taking the victory for the high jump is Kendall Lem from Bernie. She jumped 5 foot 8 inches.
Ooh, that's high.
That's a big jump.
That's a big jump.
5'4" from Ryan Kovacs, the senior, and Juniper Daniel in third at a tie for 5'4". The reason that you see 3 5'4s, second, third, and fourth, Ryan Kovacs from Davenport. Third place, Juniper Daniel. Fourth place, Ellen Watson. All of them sitting at 5'4". It's a matter of attempts and how quick they got that. So the Ryan Kovacs gets the second, gets the silver. Juniper Daniel gets the bronze in that one. So congratulations to the top 3 in that girls' varsity high jump. And in the boys' varsity high jump, the winner was Rylan Kovar from Fredericksburg with a jump of 6'4". Kyler Payne in second place with a 6'2" jump from Davenport, and the freshman from Davenport, Justin McKinney, with a 6-foot jump. So no ties there. First, second, and third was Fredericksburg, Davenport, and Davenport. Congratulations to the top 3 in the boys' varsity high jump.
Yeah, and most importantly, racking up 10 points, 8 points, and 6 points for your team, trying to win a district title. And 6'4" is a good mark, too, for a boys' final. I mean, I remember when they used to win state at the 4A level. So
no doubt, yeah.
Congrats to Rylan Kovar on that success.
And apologies, I meant to go a moment ago to the JV girls discus throw, but I went varsity. So my fault on that one. Brendel Wolf, the 9th grader from Fredericksburg, with a throw of 85.7 for junior varsity girls disc, took the victory. Cameron Carnahan from Davenport, the junior, 79'7", and Julia Leonard from Wimberley in third with a throw of 78 feet 5 inches, the junior from the Wimberley Texans in the girls JV discus throw. On the boys' side of that, for the JV discus throw, as my computer completely freezes up. There we go. Now we got us back on the line here. But boys JV discus throw, another good one for a somewhat kind of not a landslide victory, but a 123.11. Noah Bloomquist with junior varsity boys discus from Bernie, the sophomore. Victor Ortega from Fredericksburg got the victory with a 116, or second place with a 116, and third was Fredericksburg John Rojas with a 111.5. So the top 3 there, sophomore, junior, 2 Fredericksburg Battling Billies and Noah Bloomquist from the Bernie Greyhounds, as they are still getting set up on the start-finish line. the alternate start-finish line now. So nobody is happier right now than our production manager, Mr. Jordan Wink, about this.
Well, hey, I can't do JV high jump because it's not on my screen. So you tell us about the JV high jump girls.
JV high jump. I will tell you about the JV girls high jump. We'll go ahead and wrap that up. Kira Blake from the JV Bandera Bulldogs jumped 5 foot even. Becca Jackson, the freshman from Davenport, 4'9", and Skylar Herring, the sophomore from Wimberley, with a 4'8". That's your top three for girls junior varsity high jump. Kira Blake, Becca Jackson, and Skylar Herring. On the JV boys side of that, as I pull that up now, only one flight of that. Josh Bindle, the Davenport junior, with a 5 foot jump of 5'6". Dalton Parks, the freshman from Bandera, with a jump of 5'4". Marcus Harris, the sophomore from Davenport, with a jump of 5'4" in third place. Sage Hall tied with a 5'4" as well, but again, attempts got Sage Hall. So Sage in fourth place for the Wimberley Texans will only get the 4 points out of that. So Davenport in boys junior varsity racking up 16 points. Bandera with 8 points on that one, as we look like we're getting closer right now to wrapping it up down at the start-finish line. Possibly.
Chance Crowder and the crew at the local tavern here in town are watching the broadcast here on YouTube tonight. Chance wanted to know if you were part of the Fat Man Relay Championship back in the day.
You know, let me tell you something about the old Big Man Relay.
Was that what it was called when you were in school? Because it was called the Fat Man Relay back then when I was in school.
No, They
called it the Big Man Relay.
No, they didn't call it.
We were already that soft.
I was more of a. I was really good at 20 meters.
You weren't even a big man.
I wasn't a big. That's actually a true statement. I was not very big back then. I was really good at the 20-meter dash. You know, that first 7 steps, I was really solid at that. After that, it was kind of downhill from that point forward. But junior varsity girls 100-meter hurdles coming up here as they're getting set up. The girls are standing at the blocks already. We'll go through the starting again with them as we get a little bit closer. This delay will only happen one time for the 100, 110 hurdles, and the 100-meter dash, as the remainder of these races, again, will go back to the other side. They will have to change that, so there'll be a little bit of a delay by the 4x200 in this same sense. But like I said, it's a little bit of a delay right now for the sensor down at the end. Of course, by far the most important thing right now, too, is the timing sensor at the very end.
Without a doubt, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if we have it on camera or not. You got to get the results right, because we can give you the results if it doesn't show on camera, and that's the most important thing. And so they'll get that straightened out, and it's probably a decision they had to make last minute based on the wind and conditions out here, but they'll get it straightened out, and we'll have a JV girls 100 hurdles here pretty quickly. So.
And like I said, it's not a great big wind out here, but in Wimberley, and you know this, in Wimberley the last week and a half, beautiful days, and at night the wind's picked up.
That's right.
And it's just been one of those deals, and it's not just in Wimberley, it's in all of the hill country. The wind has started picking up in the evenings. It looks like we're slowly getting ready. I can see Coach Ryan McNeely down there with the red and white flag, the go-no-goes. He's leaning down now under the canopy, as that was probably an inaccurate statement. It's a bit warm down there, too, just FYI. Getting ready for the girls' 100-meter junior varsity.
And they've got the varsity girls already lined up behind them, so they're going to roll through these pretty quick once they get everything set camera-wise or video-wise. And it's getting close. I think there's some communication going on still down there underneath the tent, but again, man, Jared, what an unbelievable day to run a district track meet. And I know these kids looking to advance to area next week. It's exciting. And usually the area meets on a Wednesday. Have you heard what it's going to be for this district? The opposing district?
I have not been told yet when, if it will be a Wednesday, Thursday, or if it will be. A lot of times they'll do that for the extra time going into the regional tournament. So the girls are getting a little bit closer now as you see them start shooting out of the blocks just a little bit. Again, in the middle, you'll see Maddie Moore, Irvy Dutta from the Texans with the top 2 times, 17.47 for Maddie Moore, 18.28 for Irvy Dutta from Wimberley. Both of them getting ready to fire off here as soon as they get going. Coach Wes Lambert for the Wimberley Texans down there with the assistance of a lot of other coaches from District 27 as well. The hurdles is that one where it's an all hands on deck event because you got to fix the hurdles every single time. If they get bumped, you got to fix them. So you'll see all of the teams will have a representative down there on each one of the lines here in the 100 and the 110 meter hurdles. Bernie right out in front of us. Fredericksburg as well. It's Coach Wes Lambert for the Texans.
Yeah, you've got a different coaching staff at each set of hurdles that are ready to go out there and straighten them up after each race. And they're going to call the girls off the track for just a second here. It's
hot. I started mentioning a minute ago. It was in the low 80s to mid 80s, and you're down there. It's not a ton of wind. You can see just a moment ago, you could see the tent flapping a little bit in the wind. Probably picked up a little bit as was expected, and that's probably the big reason that they did move this event in the alternate route for this 110, and they're going to pull them completely off. They're going back to the infield now, as they are not even going to wait at the start-finish line. They're going to let them, I believe, completely go and re-stretch here. They're going to go get some water, actually, in the infield, and there you can see the wind blowing through the Wimberley Texan pop-up tent right there. Some runners trying to stay in the shade. That's a lot of your 4x200 meters waiting over there as well. So girls waiting right now for this junior varsity girls 100 meters.
We didn't really anticipate this kind of delay, but you just never know what you're going to get with a track meet. It's just sometimes it's weather, sometimes it's equipment and that sort of thing. And when it's district and it's about kids advancing to the next round and ultimately trying to get to a state track meet, this is a big deal. You got to get it right. So you just never know what you're going to be up against.
Now rewarming up on the infield for the junior varsity girls, and you're going to start seeing really everybody start warming up again as the girls varsity 100-meter hurdles will warm up as well, as they were standing, like you mentioned, right behind the junior varsity girls 100. So all of these are going to somewhat have to restart. Maddie Moore standing out there for the Fredericksburg Battling Billies, trying to reset themselves with the hurdles coach for Fredericksburg.
While we're doing this, could we get the Wimberley coaching staff that's standing behind the hurdles to just line up and run a race over the 100 hurdles here?
I'm going to tell you right now.
Who you got?
If that happens.
It's Mr. Valentine, our assistant superintendent. Dane Saucier, the golf coach.
Dane's out. He's out.
Doug Warren.
He's out too.
That's John Barthels.
Yep, Barthels is out. He's not. Right now, Valentine's got the lead.
And one of the Canyon Lake coaches. I'm going to take the Canyon Lake coach in that event. Valentine. Valentine was a college football player.
I was going to say, I'm going with Jason Valentine in this one.
Even with the jeans. Yep. Even with the blue jeans?
Even with the skinny jeans. There's the picture of them right there. Who are you taking? I don't know if you can message us or not, but who are you taking out of that group? I may take the starter, actually.
Yeah. I'm going to go Valentine, Canyon Lake, and
there's no way the rest of them are finishing.
I'm going to go fail to finish. Fail to finish on the rest. DNF.
DNF
did not finish on the rest of them.
They're going to get back in their
please, I hope they don't listen to this. Oh, they're looking up here right now.
Yeah, they're looking at this, trying to figure out what are these guys talking about. I can promise you right now, they some of their family is watching. At some point, a phone is going to get pulled out here momentarily.
They're already hearing
and they're already getting texts right now. If they've got their phones in their pockets, they're all about to get a text message. Coach Saucier's dad's going to text him and say, I know those cut-ups up top, and they're talking about us right now. Down at that start-finish line, it looks like they're still working on that mile split live, setting up down there. So trying to get the computer. I see the young lady, she's got the computer in her hand, maybe trying to calibrate it. Those things are sensitive, man. You're literally moving at 100 meters. So you got to completely do everything. It takes them a while to do this. So this is the downfall of setting it up.
And technology, for that matter. I mean, I can remember the old days of the stopwatches, where every timer had a stopwatch that they were controlling manually. And that's how we used to do it when I worked track meets for my dad back at Westlake. I mean, it was a stopwatch. And that's how you did it. So it's technology can be a nuisance sometimes, without a doubt.
It's a fickle thing.
It is a fickle thing.
Junior varsity girls long jump. Let's talk about some more field events. I was trying to spread these out throughout the
we may get them all done right here, Jared. We'll just keep rolling them off here.
Freshman from Davenport, Texas, Dakota Hart with the junior varsity girls long jump took first place. Congratulations to Dakota Hart. 15 foot 8 inches on the jump for her. Audrey Johnson from Wimberley, the freshman, with a 15.6.25, and Adrina Pacheco from Navarro with a 15.5. All three freshmen taking 1, 2, and 3 for JV girls long jump. So congratulations again, Dakota Hart, on the victory. Davenport
that's
gets
a good
some
jump
points.
for Dakota Hart. 15.8 as a freshman is a really good jump out there.
And for junior varsity boys long jump, Jace Morales from Wimberley took the victory with an 18 foot 11.75. The sophomore, Sage Hall, in second place with an 18.9.75. Hunter Hodgson in third from Wimberley, the freshman, with an 18.825. So Texans cleaned up in that one with a total of 24 points in that junior varsity boys long jump. Jace Morales with the victory. Congratulations to Wimberley as they swept that one. For the girls varsity long jump, the final looked like this. Laney Hennessy got the victory. So the district champ for District 27 is Laney Hennessy, 17.7.25 on the jump from Laney Hennessy. Savannah Siebert from Bernie in second with a 16.11.25, and Kenley Lawless in third from Bandera with a 16.825, 3 inches shorter than Savannah Siebert. So congratulations to Laney Hennessy, your district champion.
Yeah, 17.7, another really good jump. Maybe her best jump of the year. I don't know that firsthand, but anything getting close to 18 feet is a really, really good jump that can get you a long way advancing in the 4A division, trying to get to state. So, man, if she can progress like all these jumpers do under Coach Lambert, Wes Lambert, she's got a chance to get to state.
We're going to go varsity boys long jump real quick. Nolan Wida from the Wimberley Texans took the victory, and he was a foot longer than second place, the junior, 21.975. Going Woodrow from Bernie in second at 20 foot 9 inches, and Michael Igbu from Bernie with a 20 foot 8 inches. Or Igbu Michael, 20 foot 8 inches for Bernie Greyhounds. So Bernie Greyhounds did a good job there, 14 points for the boys district. Nolan Wida with the district championship, though, 21.975. And we are ready to go now, though. Girls 100-meter junior varsity. Hurdles coming up. In the middle, it'll be Maddie Moore in 4, Irvi Dutta in 5. Those are the two to watch for. Harper Wakeham in 3. Wakeham and Dutta in the red shirts, Maddie Moore in the yellow in the white in the middle, and they are off. First jump, it is Maddie Moore and Dutta right out in the front side. Moore stretching the lead just a little bit more. Dutta just off of her left hip, first and second. Third place down on the top side will be Fredericksburg as we continue to watch. Maddie Moore looks like she's going to take it. Dutta getting sucked in, hit the last hurdle, and it will go down. Fredericksburg's Lila Aldrich will be in second place. Maddie Moore will get the victory over, and I'm sorry, that's Halston Stott. I apologize. Halston Stott. Maddie Moore in first, Halston Stott in second place. And I don't know that they have the computer system set up on timing just yet.
And I believe Harper Wackham for Wimberley got third, I believe. We'll see what the official results say, if we see official results.
I was going to say, I don't think the computer is actually set up yet, so we won't be able to bring you those. We'll get them as they come on the milesplit.live website. We'll try to bring those back. But Maddie Moore definitely got the victory. Halston Stott, Irvi Dutta just, man, Darren, she caught that last hurdle and just couldn't quite close it out. Varsity girls, 100 meters. It will be in lane 1, Isabel Foray from Canyon Lake. Priska Igbu from Bernie. Mariah McCoy from Wimberley in lane 3. In lane 4, Sydney Moore. In 5, Bailey Gold. Abigail Loth in lane 6. Lila Aldrich in 7. And Victoria Jones in 8.
And I did just get confirmation that the area track meet is on April 10th. So that is coming up next Wednesday. And that's a to be determined where that's going to be. Able to find that out as well. So area track meet April 10th.
So girls varsity 100-meter hurdles lined up. First place time coming in will be Sydney Moore from Bandera. Bailey Gold right behind her, though, 15.61 for Bandera, 15.78 for Bailey Gold in lanes 4 and 5. In lane 3, it'll be Mariah McCoy from Wimberley with a 15.93. So 3 white shirts sitting in the middle are the ones to beat right now. In 4th place at 16.83 from Canyon Lake is Abigail Loth. She'll be in lane 6 in the green shirt. And they are up and they are off. Sydney Moore. Nice push off from Mariah McCoy. Bailey Gold, both Wimberley Texans, out in front of the Bandera Bulldogs. Mariah McCoy with a great start. They're in lane 3, still pushing. Bailey Gold now moving out on the left-hand side. It's going to be Wimberley 1 and 2. It looks like it's going to be Bailey Gold, Mariah McCoy, followed by Sydney Moore, 1, 2, and 3 for the girls' 100-meter hurdles.
Wow, what a great start for Bailey Gold right there out of the blocks. Just came out explosive out of the blocks. And Mariah McCoy, with the lean she had going over each hurdle, man, her form was excellent on that. It's going to be a close between 1 and 2 right there. Both Wimberley girls edging out the young lady from Bandera and Sydney Moore.
And we do not have, like I said, the system itself is not updating live on the events as they go, but we do know that is your 1, 2, and 3. Moving back now to the 110 hurdles for the junior varsity boys. In lane 1, it'll be Miller Beebe from Canyon Lake, Colin Geipel from Navarro, Braddock Galini from Navarro, Raider Pack from Wimberley, Mason Kleckley from Davenport, Dylan Carr from Wimberley, Roman Martinez from Wimberley in lane 7, and Brody Holton in Davenport in lane 8. Your leader will be Mr. Raider Pack from Wimberley at a 16.94. He is about 0.7 seconds above lane 5, which is Mason Kleckley from Davenport.
Yeah, and Raider Pack's a guy that's worked really, really hard on his craft here running these hurdles, and Coach Ellis for Wimberley does a great job with the hurdlers, and interested to see him right there with the fastest time and a really good time in the prelims.
They do have to adjust the height here, so it may take just a second longer for this junior varsity first setup right here. Again, from Wimberley, Dylan Carr sitting in the 6th. He's got the fourth best time at 18.5. Braddock Galini from Navarro with the 3rd best time with an 18.32. So Raider Pack, the one to beat. Raider Pack in the blue shirt sitting in lane 4. In lane 5 from Davenport in the white shirt will be Mason Kleckley. As you see them fire off a little bit and getting prepped up again, they got to raise the hurdles from the 100 meters. Look like they just got the final ones raised, and they've got their initial push off, and we'll be ready for the starter here in just a moment for the junior varsity boys 110-meter hurdles.
And again, just a little bit higher hurdle and just a little bit further back. So the start is huge on the boys' side for the 110 hurdles. It's really important to get off to a good quick start out of the blocks, hit that first hurdle full speed, and then just really hang on, just skim over the top of that thing as much as possible. Mariah McCoy, I thought, for the varsity girls for Wimberley, did a great job of staying low over the hurdles and getting that forward lean with her upper body to really push down the stretch. Be interesting to see, because whether Bailey won it or Mariah won it, they were neck and neck. It was 1 and 2. 1 and 2 for Wimberley right there for sure.
And before the junior varsity girls, you talked about this is a race of technique. This is a 100%. Absolutely. It is not a sprint from one side to the other. There is technique. There is steps. There's so many things that these coaches work on with these young men and young ladies as they really hone in their craft for this district meet to have the opportunity to advance to the area track meet. Like you said, Wednesday. It is confirmation for it is a Wednesday track meet, not next week. I believe the week after that, correct?
No, that's next week.
It is next week.
Yeah, Wednesday, April 10th. Yeah, okay. That's next Wednesday.
That is right. You're right.
Yeah, yesterday was the 3rd. So.
Hard to believe it's April already.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, not a gap between those 2 weeks. And then I believe there's only a gap between regionals and state, if I'm not mistaken. I think it goes straight from area to regionals the following week, which I assume is still down at Texas A&M Kingsville.
There we go.
Kingsville, Texas, South Texas. So always windy down there, no doubt about that.
And they are in the blocks. Junior varsity. Boys, 110 hurdles. Raider Pack in the middle. Mason Kleckley, Dylan Carr, Braddock Galini in 3, 4, 5, and 6. Raider Pack in the blue. Off to the lead early. Davenport on the left-hand side. Pack pushing out in front. Kleckley in lane 5. Pack still out in the lead. Kleckley Chasing him down a little bit. Pack a little bit of an alter step. Cleckley on the left-hand side. Pack trying to close it out for Wimberley. Cleckley pushes it down. Looks like Cleckley will take the victory in the junior varsity. Again, a little bit hard for us to see, but it looked like Mason Cleckley ran him down in the last 2 hurdles. So Raider Pack falls going to second place for the Wimberley Texans, and Mason Cleckley will be your junior varsity district champion in the boys 110-meter hurdles. Nice push, late push right there by Mason. Mason from the Davenport Wolves.
Yeah, and Cleckley had really good steps in between the hurdles, and Raider just struggled a little bit on those last 3 hurdles. Had to, like you said, led with his left leg on the, I believe, the 5th or 6th hurdle there, and just kind of got his steps off just a little bit, and Cleckley able to take advantage there and win first place.
Hot day here in Wimberley, as you can see on the screen. All of the kiddos and all of the spectators, the students are up in the shade up there in the very, very top up by the field house. You can see the Wimberley Texan logo right there. As here we are in Wimberley, Texas. So good stuff going on right there. Junior varsity boys, Mason Cleckley with a victory. Varsity boys goes like this. Troy Hughley will be in lane 1. Eli Quay in lane 2 from Fredericksburg. Navarro will be Knox Galini in lane 4. It'll be McCoy Bruce from Bernie. Clayton Williams in lane 5 from Davenport in lane 5. Esteban Leva from Bandera, Luke Fox from Fredericksburg as well, and Reed Lineweber in Wimberley from lane 8. Coming in with fast time will be McCoy Bruce from Bernie with a 14.82. Clayton Williams from Davenport in lane 5 with a 15.7 as we get fired up, ready to go. Purple shorts for the time leader right now, McCoy Bruce, and white shirt for Davenport in lane 5. Those are the 2 to watch for here in the varsity boys 110-meter hurdles. It's all about the start, and it's all really how
start and steps.
It's almost the last steps. 2 hurdles too. Not getting your steps mixed up in the last 2 hurdles really kind of narrows down to that. So look for McCoy Bruce and Clayton Williams. Starter's got the gun up. Set called, and we are off. McCoy, nice start off for the Bernie Greyhounds. McCoy Bruce is off to a big lead, and he's going to take this one easily. McCoy Bruce with great form, leading with the left leg. He will take an easy district championship. In second place, it will be Davenport with Clayton Williams. There was less than a 1-second differential between Bernie and Davenport in the prelims, but you can see McCoy Bruce with an easy victory right there, barring any sort of offsetting something
absolutely
that didn't have McCoy Bruce.
Well, and it helps to be fast in this too.
It does.
Don't underestimate that. So he's got technique and he's fast. So really impressive performance by McCoy Bruce for Bernie to win that first place silver or gold medal.
We'll move it on to the junior varsity girls 100-meter dash now. This one will instantly go back up because they are already set up on the left-hand side. So after the 100-meter dash, though, we'll have a little bit of a break in between the 100-meter dash and the 4x200 because they will have to come back and reset over at the normal start-finish line over where the camera is on the right-hand side. So girls junior varsity, 100 meters. Adrena Pacheco from Navarro in lane 1. Cameron Lancaster from Wimberley in lane 2. Allie Page Tomez from Fredericksburg in lane 3. Addie Falks Camacho from Davenport in lane 4. Aspen Staten from Wimberley in 5. Audrey Johnson in lane 6 from Wimberley. Lizzie Vasquez Hartman from Davenport, and Zaylee Purdom from Wimberley in lane 8. Your time to beat, and these are bunched up together, my friend. 13.1 is the leader with Addie Falks Camacho from Davenport, 13.23 for Aspen Staten, 13.3 for Allie Page Tomez, and a 13.32 from Audrey Johnson. Less than .22 separates first and fourth here in this junior varsity girls.
Yeah, and this JV girls competition is chock full with Wimberley and Davenport. I mean, really impressive sprinters for both of these JV girls teams. It'll be interesting to see because, I mean, like you said, like 0.2 seconds separating the first 5, basically 4 or 5 in this race. Again, comes out to how they come out of the blocks is a lot of it, and then how you finish the race. And kind of everything in between that's important too. But, yeah, the blocks, coming out of the blocks right here is going to be really important for those girls in lane 4, 5, and 6.
So JV girls 100-meter dash coming up. A lot of white shirts here in lane 4. Like I said a minute ago, it will be Addie Falks Camacho from Davenport. 5, it'll be Aspen Staten, both those in white shirts. In lane 6, it will be Audrey Johnson for the Texans. In lane 3, Allie Page Thomas. All 4 of those middle wearing the white shirts. Those are the top 4 times for your JV girls 100-meter dash. Now ready to go at the start-finish line on the left-hand side, so getting their first out of the blocks, get one opportunity to get a test run, and then back to the blocks and ready to go. Unless there is a large delay like we had earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Could be. They've got the red flag up still at the finish line. They've just gone white, so we're getting ready to run this JV girls 100 meters. And, again, a lot of Wimberley girls, a lot of Davenport girls in this event. And don't sleep on lane 3. Allie Page Thomas in lane 3 with a really good time in the prelims as well.
Setting up into the block. Lanes 4 and 5 with the fastest times, but not by much. In fact, to be honest with you, the slowest time, which is hard to say this, is Ailey Purdom with a 13.7, only 0.61 off of the lead.
It's crazy.
All 7 of these within 0.6 seconds of each other. This is anybody's race right here.
The reason we got to have the laser down there at the end, right? Because who knows, this is the toughest thing to do when you're picking at a track meet, is to pick the first, second, third, fourth place in this event.
Into the blocks, and we are ready to go. Doug Warren behind, gun up from the starter. Waiting for the set call, and there it is, and they are off. Good start on the outside in lane 5. Pulling back up into the middle now. Really, really good push in the middle with Addie Falks Camacho. She does appear she's going to take this one out in lane 6. Nice push by Audrey Johnson for the Wimberley Texans. It's going to be Falks Camacho in lane 4 with the victory. Again, our live stats are not producing right now, so we don't know exact times or what that is. But
yeah, you're
we'll
right.
Get that to you ASAP.
It looked like Davenport, Addie Falks Camacho finished first. It looked like Audrey Johnson from Wimberley 2, and third place, the bronze medal to Aspen Staten, the freshman from Wimberley.
So first set up here for the junior varsity boys in the 100-meter dash. We'll set up the lane count for you as they're already going to be ready to go. They're going to try to run them pretty quick here. In lane 1, it'll be Bernie Robert Estes. In lane 2, Davenport Hayden Turner. In lane 3 from Bandera, Chris Hoffman. In lane 4 from Wimberley, Jace Morales. In lane 5 from Bandera, Cooper Gunderman. In lane 6 from Fredericksburg, Omar Neary. In lane 7 from Bernie, Eli Zeringer. In lane 8 from Davenport, Adam Elza. Leading time will be in lane 4 with Jace Morales at 11.35. Cooper Gunderman from Bandera in lane 5 will be 11.62. So 4 and 5 with the fastest two-time Texans in the blue shirt. And, of course, Bandera Bulldogs in the royal blue. So those are the two in the middle with the two fastest times. Not far behind him is Chris Hoffman in lane 3, 11.62 to an 11.65 difference for second and third. So a very tight mix between them. Morales with about a 0.3 over both of them.
So far, clean starts. The last thing you want to do is false start in a district meet when you're trying to advance to area and trying to get points for your team. So far, clean starts for all the events so far coming out of the blocks.
Morales, Cooper Gunderman in there. Set call. Nice jump out from Jace Morales. Gunderman did not get a great start. Morales has got a big lead out in front of him. Gunderman trying to pick him up in lane 5. In the outside on lane 8. Nice push from Adam Elza from Davenport. We'll get the results. It will be Jace Morales that takes the junior varsity district title in lane 4 from your Wimberley Texans. So congratulations to Jace Morales on the district title for JV in the 100-meter dash, setting it up for the varsity girls next.
Man, what an impressive start by Morales right there. I'd love to see that time. That was a really fast JV time right there for Jace Morales with the wind behind him. He got out early, and, man, he was chewing it up with a long stride, big gait, in between strides, and finished strong as well. Really good race by Jace.
Varsity girls setting up in the blocks now. Lane assignments will go like this. In lane 1 will be Maddie Brushaber from Wimberley, Isabella Pettit in Bernie. In lane 2, Miranda Allman from Fredericksburg. In lane 3, Kinley Lawless from Bandera in 4. Savannah Oberholzer in lane 5 from Canyon Lake. From Fredericksburg, Rylan Oliver in lane 6. Davenport, Jeriana McWilliams in lane 7. And in Wimberley in lane 8, Ella Rose Fertitta.
And again, another multi-sport athlete there, Canyon Lake, in lane 5 with the second fastest time, Savannah Oberholzer. She was a volleyball player for the Hawks this year. Got to see her play. Got to cover a couple of those games,
yep.
Jared.
Cover some of those games. Kinley Lawless in lane 4 with a 12.19. Savannah Oberholzer in the prelims with a 12.45. So a little less than 0.3 separating the two of them. Miranda Alleman with a 12.82 in lane 3, 12.92 for Rylan Oliver from Fredericksburg in lane 6. So your leading time is Kinley Lawless in the white shirt from Bandera, in the green, Savannah Oberholzer in lane 5 with the second fastest time here in the girls' varsity 100-meter dash final. Shoes of the Day award, however, goes to Jeriana McWilliams from Davenport. She's got the bright pink shoes.
I saw that once earlier. A Bandera girl had the in the 110 hurdle or the 100-meter hurdles had the pink shoes on too. Very impressive. Coach
Scott Immel out listening to us.
We saw his son he placed in event yesterday.
Brooks Immel did. We'll talk about Brooks as we get through our.
Okay, all right. I'm not trying to spoil everything. Give it all out early.
As we get the remainder of them. But Coach Immel, former Wimberley Texan baseball coach here for many, many, many years, out there watching on YouTube Wimberley ISD.
And I'm sure he's a Battling Billy Hall of Famer as well as a player back in the day.
No doubt. The name Immel in Fredericksburg is one that you remember. Cole, his son, Brooks as well. There's a history of Immels there, that's for sure.
No doubt about that.
Girls varsity trying to get ready. I'm not sure there's still a red flag up at the start-finish line. Coach Ryan McNeely has not flipped it over just yet. Not real sure what the situation is down there. I've refreshed my page a couple times. None of these have loaded yet. They're all completed, but they haven't loaded as far as what the final race is. I think they're trying to get the timing, complete. So hopefully here for the finals of this girls and boys 100 meters, they'll be able to get the times down for that as well. We'll see if they get that through. Some more messages coming in from Harper, Texas, I believe, or Kathy Gold from the Mountain Home, she says.
There you go.
Wimberley Texan Bailey Gold, the family member. We talked about Bailey earlier in the girls' 100-meter hurdles. Bailey got the victory. They're listening or watching. I apologize. Not sure what.
Bailey got it.
I believe she did. I believe
good.
I
think
it's
really
Bailey,
hard from our vantage point up here, Jared, in the press box. You couldn't really see if she edged out Mariah. It looked like she did, but I didn't want to announce that before we knew for sure.
I haven't seen it come through, but it did look to me like Bailey Gold got the varsity. It's hard to say without the mile split coming up live.
But it was a great race by both of them. I mean, neck and neck the entire time, and just great form by both of them, getting down that stretch and leaning in there to try to get that gold medal and silver medal and get some big points for the Wimberley Texans in advance. And again, the top 4 in area advance to the or in district advance to area. I think I said 3 earlier, but it's the top 4.
Top 4, yes.
That advance to area.
Stretching and warm-ups on the infield as well. 4x200 meter coming up after the boys varsity 100-meter dash, which we will have a delay and flip that completely around. We are white flag now, down at the start-finish line, so the girls' varsity 100-meter dash is getting ready to go. In the middle lane, Kinley Lawless, Savannah Oberholzer. Kinley Lawless in the white shirt, Canyon Lake, Savannah Oberholzer in the green. Those are your top 2 times coming into this final for the 100-meter dash girls' varsity. Starter has got them in the blocks. Raises the hand in the set position, and we are off. Nice start for Savannah Oberholzer there in lane 5. 4 coming back, though. Kinley Lawless is stretching it out now. Kinley Lawless is going to take this. Oberholzer up in lane 2 as well. Isabel Pettit trying to make a move for 3rd place. Looked like Pettit possibly did get it. Win definitely went to Kinley Lawless of Bandera, though.
Yeah, really good start, like you said, by Savannah for Canyon Lake. Oberholzer out of the blocks really quick, but Lawless just – really, really good stride and a good gait there. Just gets down that straightaway as fast as she can, and she's able to edge her for the first place finish in the district championship. Congrats to Kinley Lawless for Bandera.
Wimberley Texans will have some in the varsity 100-meter dash right here. Leading time will be William Freeman, though, in lane 4 from Bernie. Lane 1 will be Luke Harkleroad from Fredericksburg. Trevin Cottrell from Canyon Lake in lane 2. In Fredericksburg, George Stenberg in lane 3. William Freeman from Bernie in lane 4. Gage Weaver in lane 5 from Wimberley. Charlie Stahl from Bernie in lane 6. Michael Igbu from Bernie in lane 7. And Zaire Livingston from Davenport in lane 8. William Freeman with a time of 10.92. Gage Weaver with an 11.05.
Yeah, anything sub 11 is strong at the 4A level. And, you know, he's in lane 4, William Freeman, and he's going to be the guy to go catch if you're the Wimberley Texans, or if you're, you know, Fredericksburg in lane 3 right next to him. Got to try to stay up with him, get out early.
Not a big difference, by the way. Gage Weaver at an 11.05 and George Stenberg at an 11.05, both of them in lane 5 and lane 3. 10.92 for William Weaver. So what is that, about 0.17? Call it a little bit more than that, 0.23 above for the young man from Bernie, Texas, William Freeman.
Yeah, I got to see him on the sprint relay, and you talk about making up a stagger. He's impressive.
So Freeman will be in the gray shirt with the purple bottoms. Texans in the red and navy, or red and navy. Yes, that's correct. Fredericksburg down in lane 3 as well in the gray shirt just to the right of him. No lane 1 today, so we've got a lane 1 scratch for Luke Harkleroad from Fredericksburg, and they are off. Gage with a good start. In the middle, William Freeman starting to pull it back, though. Gage Freeman, nice push on lane 3 as well from Charlie Stahl. It's going to be in lane 4. We'll take the victory. William Freeman will be the district champion in the men's 100-meter for boys varsity. Great race run there by William Freeman. It was really through 60 meters. It was kind of a tight race. You saw Charlie Stahl with a big push there, but Freeman looked like he got it in the end.
Yeah, I think Stahl was able to come back and get second. Gage Weaver for Wimberley got off to a really good start, but just chewed up by William Freeman right there down the stretch. And Charlie Stahl, I think, able to get that second place silver medal.
So as we completely
big point
shift
for Bernie right there in the 100 meters.
As we completely shift everything now down to the 4x200 meter, they're going to have to literally do what they did earlier and take down the system and pry it all the way back over here to the original start-finish line. The rest of this meet, the District 27 meet, will be from the start-finish line itself. And so that'll be a bonus. The times, I'm also told, Jordan Wink, our producer, told me a moment ago that the times will update once they get back to the regular start-finish line. We'll be able to go back through there and get some of those other times as well. So we're going to kind of take a little bit of a break right here because it's going to take us about 15 minutes to get this back. And then we'll come back and set up the 4x200 meet. It'll be junior varsity girls 4x200 first. Right here from the District 27 track meet in Wimberley, Texas. We'll be back once they get the start-finish line, the mile split set up.
me see what I can find.
Look at that time right there.
Starting lineup for the next race are all sitting down there in the bleachers in the front. Appears that all the coaches will be involved in the next heat. Results for your junior varsity girls 100-meter hurdles. In In sixth, Valerie Spagnolia from Davenport. Fifth, Herbie Dutta, Wimberley. Actually, it's fifth place. I'm sorry. Fifth place, Herbie Dutta of Wimberley. In fourth, Bailey Barth of Bandera. In third, Harper Wakeham of Wimberley. In second, Halston Stout of Fredericksburg. And in first place, with a time of 17.23 from Fredericksburg, your district champion for junior varsity girls 100-meter hurdles, Maddie Moore. Varsity girls 100-meter hurdles. In sixth, Lila Aldrich, Fredericksburg. In fifth, Abigail Loaf of Kenyon Lake. In fourth, Priska Igbo of Bernie. In third, Sydney Moore of Bandera. In second, Bailey Gold of Wimberley. In first place with a time of 15.6.
And we are back here live, District 27 track meet from Wimberley, Texas. Jared Robinson, Aaron Masur in the booth. Over the loudspeaker is Joe Smith. Jordan Wink on the production for us as they get the mile split set up. We do have some times for you. We told you we would bring them as soon as they got here, and we will bring you those as those times have been put in. Maddie Moore for the junior varsity girls 100-meter hurdles was the victor at 17.23, so she bettered her time, Darren, by a .24, and she took it in the junior varsity girls 100-meter. Halston Stott was in second place, the freshman at 18.02. Harper Wakeham, you mentioned, or Wacom a minute ago, in third place for the Texans at an 18.49. That is your girls' junior varsity 100-meter. Great job right there by Maddie Moore, bettering her time by over .2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was out quick out of the blocks, and she was really good over each hurdle. Steps were perfect down the stretch, and really good time for her, improving on yesterday's prelim time.
Junior varsity on the boys' side of it. For the 110-meter hurdles, Mason Cleckley, we announced him as the winner. He won 16.96 with the time. Raider Pack in second place from Wimberley with a 17.09. Braddock Galini from Navarro did come back at a 17.93 for the third place victory there. And a great job. Mason Cleckley was our second place going into that. Him and Raider Pack battling back and forth. Girls varsity at the 100-meter hurdles, it was Mariah McCoy.
I thought it was.
That took the victory. The sophomore with a 15.67.03 over your second place Bailey Gold at a 15.7. Sydney Moore from Bandera, the freshman, with a 15.98 for the varsity. So Mariah McCoy for the Texans got the victory. The top four move on.
What was that winning time again?
Mariah McCoy was a 15.67, and Priska Igbo, freshman from Bernie with a 16.45, took the victory on that one, 4x200.
And the great thing about that is, Mariah and Bailey Gold pushing themselves each day in practice. They're going to have a chance to go at it again in area next week.
That's exactly right. Yeah, all those top four, Igbo, rounding out the top four, will all be going to the area. In the boys' 110-meter hurdles, it was McCoy Bruce, the Bernie Greyhound, with a 14.82, took the victory. Clayton Williams from Davenport in second with a 15.7. Knox Galini with a 16.3. And Esteban Leyva from Bandera, boys varsity 110 meters, was the final there. Hold on, that's in the heat.
That looked like a prelim time.
That is a prelim time. They've got them. They're updating them as they go. That one may not be 100% updated. Let me check and make sure. There it is. It updated right now. It is McCoy Bruce in first with a 15.07. Really good improvement from him on that one. Clayton Williams in second, Knox Galini in third, Esteban Leyva. It is the same top three, but it's a 15.07. Clayton Williams at a 16.01. Knox Galini at a 16.33. Esteban Leyva from Bandera at a 16.36. All seniors in that group moving on to the area in the boys 110 hurdle. So congratulations to them as they move forward. Girls junior varsity 100-meter dash finals. It was Addie Fox Camacho, the sophomore from Davenport, with a 13.02. Aspen Staten in second place from Wimberley, the freshman, with a 13.22. Audrey Johnson in third place with a 13.33. And Allie Page Tamez from Fredericksburg, the sophomore, with a 13.36 for the junior varsity girls 100-meter dash. For the junior varsity boys 100-meter dash, it went Jace Morales with an 11.05. Omar Neri with an 11.57 from Fredericksburg. Chris Hoffman from Bandera with an 11.58, only .01 photo finish for Bandera, the sophomore, in third. Adam Elza from Davenport, the junior, with an 11.89. That rounds out your top 4 for the junior varsity boys 100-meter dash. Varsity girls just wrapped up in timing. Kinley Lawless was the victor, 12.26 for Kinley Lawless. Savannah Oberholzer in second, the sophomore, with a 12.53 in second. Isabella Pettit from Bernie, the freshman, with a 12.76. Rylan Oliver with a 12.8 in third place. The junior from Fredericksburg takes the top 4. And again, I believe we'll advance the top 4 to the area matchup on that one. The not updated. I'm trying to
hadn't
see.
been updated yet. I'm interested to see this because Jace Morales on the JV boys ran an 11.05, which was faster than most of the times in the boys' prelims.
Here it is,
on
right
the
here.
varsity level.
Just updated. Varsity. William Freeman from Bernie, 10.74.
Wow.
Took the victory. Charlie Stahl in second place from Bernie, the senior, with a 10.86. George Stenberg from Fredericksburg with an 11 flat. Gage Weaver with an 11.05 in fourth place. So 2 times sub 11, a 10.74 for the sophomore from Bernie, William Freeman. He's your District 27 champion in the boys 4x200-meter relay. Darren, we are just about ready to go. All the running events have been updated. If you're out looking on milesplit.live for the District 27 track meet, they are updated and they are live on the site now. They kind of update in different times. So let's talk about the 4x200-meter relay a little bit.
This one's near and dear to me. This is one I really enjoy watching, Jared. This is a great event. It's something my daughter got to run at state as a freshman. It's one of those races you can shorten a distance for one of your runners depending on where you want to line them up in the handoff zone.
That's right.
And so you can let your girls that can extend out beyond the 200, maybe to 210, that sort of thing. So you can change up the lanes and where your handoff zone is going to be to allow your faster sprinters or your girls with a little bit more stamina to run a little bit longer leg. It's an interesting race.
So no prelims for the 4x200. Obviously the relays, it's straight race. There's 7 lanes are going to be taken up for the junior varsity girls 4x2. It'll be lane 1, Bernie. Lane 2, Navarro. Lane 3, it'll be the Texans of Wimberley. 4, Canyon Lake Hawks. 5, Davenport Wolves. 6, the Battlin' Billies of Fredericksburg, Texas. And in lane 7, it'll be the Bandera Bulldogs. That is what the lane count will be. Sometimes you'll see them leave out lane 1. This time they're leaving out lane 8. I'm not sure what the method to that is, but we'll see what it changes up. Big stagger.
Well, if I'm running a relay, I want to be on the inside. I want to see everybody. You
Agreed,
know what I mean?
100%.
And I think if you stick somebody out in lane 8, nobody's in lane 1, I think you're just defeating that purpose. So I like that. I like that they're doing that. Leave them on the inside, running against that curb. And this will be interesting. I mean, I like this event. I always have liked it. I think it's one of the more exciting ones. I mean, handoffs are important. They're not as important as the sprint relay, the 4x1, but they are important here. And sometimes girls or boys can take off a little bit early, and they're waiting on that runner to get to them with that baton, and it can be a little tenuous at the handoff exchange. But this can be a fun one.
Again, those lane assignments will be Bernie down in lane 1. In lane 2, Navarro. In lane 3, Wimberley. In lane 4, Canyon Lake. 5, Davenport. 6, Fredericksburg. And lane 7, Bandera. The starter is in place. We got a red flag over at turn 2 right now at the first handoff station. So waiting on turn 2. Or as I was told, it is zone 2, by the way.
Zone 2.
It is
That's right.
zone 2 when I ran the announcements for the Wimberley Texan relays. They are not ready on zone 2 just quite yet. So we'll get technical with it here as the starter waiting on the red flag to drop down in zone 2 for this first junior varsity matchup with the 4x200-meter relay. I text Coach Saucier earlier and let him know that we were debating on who would win the 100-meter hurdles, and he gave me the thumbs down. He would not win.
He would not win. He would not win.
Also, I would imagine that Coach Saucier would
I'll take him on the golf course.
I will take him all day on the golf course.
He can be in my foursome anytime.
Red flag is down, but the white is not up yet, so we're still waiting on zone 2 for this 4x200-meter relay. Green flag, or not green flag, white flag just about ready to be raised. Looks like waiting on lane 1 right now. There it is. White flag. Zone 2, we're ready to go. Looks like we're ready at the start finish.
Bandera, the team of Minton, Espino, Noon, and Prater.
Bernie, Navarro, Wimberley, Canyon Lake, Davenport, Fredericksburg, and Bandera. Junior varsity girls 4x200 meters.
4x200 meter relay.
We are good on zone 2. I'm not sure what we're waiting on at the start finish. Possibly maybe still the mile split live. But they are on the track. The backup, the third leg of the 4x2 is already on the track as well.
Starter's still waiting. He's got his gun down still, so he's waiting too. Looks like he's.
Don't see the white flag at the start finish just yet. Something still being prepped and ready to go. White on zone 2, white at the start finish. So we'll see if we can't get this first 4x2 underway.
And again, with no prelims, with just 7 teams in this race, no prelims, so lane assignments are drawn.
Here we go. Now we're ready to go. White flags all around. Starter is in position, getting in these junior varsity girls in the blocks now. I say that as
well, still adjusting some blocks. I'm not sure what the delay is, but Canyon Lake drew lane 4, Wimberley in lane 3, Davenport in lane 5. So that's the middle of the race. And again, I used to like when Ryan, my daughter, was running this race. She always was the lead-off leg coming out of the blocks, and I always liked when she was on the inside. I liked her to see everybody. If she was in lane 1 or 2, I knew she'd go out and catch.
Now we're ready to go. The gun is up into the blocks for the junior varsity 4x2. Set hand, getting prepared to go up from the starter. Double checking all around. Set hand is up. Gun goes off, and we are underway. 4x200 meter to the junior varsity level. We are going. Nice push off in lane 6 by lane 6 by Fredericksburg. Good start for the Battling Billies as they get close to the 150 meters now. Good push by Fredericksburg, now overtaking in lane 7, or lane 6 Bandera. That's Davenport, actually.
It's Davenport.
That is Davenport that will make up the stagger right off the bat. Fredericksburg also with Bandera on the outside. Nice push from the Davenport Wolves. They're sitting right in lane 5. They'll be out in front in the lead as we come around here to the bottom 100. Fredericksburg in second, Bandera in third, Canyon Lake sitting in lane 4, Wimberley in 3. In lane 2 is Navarro. In lane 1 is Bernie.
Really good second leg right there by Fredericksburg, though.
Excellent leg by Fredericksburg. Davenport will get the push off first for the third leg here. Not a great handoff by Fredericksburg, so they got a little bit of a delay right there. Davenport gets the lead back on that stagger.
Yeah, a tough handoff by Wimberley as well, but this is Aspen Staten right here running the third leg for Wimberley. She's already made up some ground on those in front of her.
Still Davenport out in front. Fredericksburg then followed up by the Wimberley Texans. Davenport will get the first handoff. Not far behind is Fredericksburg. Texans have already got it. Brinley Simpson for the Wimberley Texans. Out in the lead is Davenport. Davenport's kick leg is Italia Richardson. Nice kick coming out of Italia Richardson. Davenport still into the lead. Texans, Brinley Simpson down in lane 3 trying to overtake Fredericksburg. It's Davenport's race to lose. Brinley Simpson coming up in lane 3. Fredericksburg for 2 and 3, and Wimberley battling back and forth here for the junior varsity. Davenport losing steam a little bit towards the end. Fredericksburg with a late kick. Looks like they're going to be in second place. It's going to go Davenport, Fredericksburg, Wimberley are your top 3 in the junior varsity 4x2.
Congrats to the Wolves right there. I mean, really good legs by all 4 runners right there for the Davenport Wolves. Addie Fox Camacho gets it started, and Ann Culpa with a good second leg as well. And then Cameron Williams had a great third leg, and Adelia Richardson just finished strong. really good race for them.
151.052 for the Davenport Wolves, 152.214 for Fredericksburg, and Wimberley at 152.689. That's your top three in the junior varsity girls 4x200 meter. We'll move to the JV boys 4x200 meter now. In lane 1, it's going to be Davenport. In lane 2, Fredericksburg. 3, Bandera. 4, Bernie. 5, Navarro. 6, Canyon Lake. And 7, Wimberley. So, again, no lane 8, 7 teams only in the district, so that's why you're seeing that. They'll utilize lane 1 here again in the 4x2.
It's a really good time for Davenport, too. You said a 150 on that result there?
I think it was 151 for the Davenport.
That's a solid JV girls time for sure.
So 4x200 meter for the junior varsity. Davenport out of lane 1 on this race. Already set up. Zone 2 is already white flag ready to go. Red flag down at the start finish. So we're waiting on the start finish line still.
Next time we have a little bit of a delay or break, we'll get you some team results or team scores, give you some standings of where the teams are in each of these divisions, JV boys and girls, varsity boys and girls.
Flag down at zone 2 now, resetting a little bit down at the start finish as well. And the gun is up. We're ready to go. Green flags, white flags around zone 2 and start finish. We're ready to go. Starters got them in the blocks. Got them out of the set position, and we're off. Clean start for this. Davenport 1, Fredericksburg 2, Bandera 3, Bernie 4, 5, Navarro, 6, Canyon Lake, 7, Wimberley, and a nice push out of lane 4 by Bernie.
Yeah, off to a really good start with their leadoff leg. With the fluorescent green shoes, he's picking them up and putting them down.
Navarro up in the top side as well. First handoff will go to the Bernie Greyhounds, and they drop the baton.
Oh, and Bandera was right behind him, too, with the handoff. You're right.
The baton falls to the ground. So Bandera and Navarro now trying to run down the Wimberley Texans down here on the back stretch. It'll be Wimberley out in front. We'll have the opportunity to hand off the baton first. Canyon Lake right behind them. Bandera in third place. Wimberley, actually Bandera looks like they're going to be out possibly in front of this.
And another drop baton. Wimberley drops it in this lane 7.
Wimberley drops it, picked it up from the Texans, but out in front. So kind of a sloppy race here for these programs. Bandera at the turn was up in front. Davenport down in lane 1 is going to take the lead right here. What a series right here for the Davenport Wolves. Mason Falcone for Davenport. Last handoff, he's going to give it off to Kyler Payne. And Davenport now has stretched out the lead. Down in lane 2 is Geronimo Navarro. Right behind him in lane 3. Coming in behind them are the Bandera Bulldogs. Davenport's going to take this victory. Nice push coming up from lane 2 for Fredericksburg, actually. Bandera in 3. Bandera trying to trace down the Fredericksburg Battling Billies right at the finish line. It looks like it's going to be Davenport, Fredericksburg, and Bandera 1, 2, 3 for the JV boys in the 4x2. Davenport with a clean sweep of JV boys and girls. Davenport with a 135.613. Fredericksburg with a 136.39. Bandera with a 136.494. Canyon Lake in fourth place with a 138. Wimberley with a dropped baton, a 140.09. And a DNF. Bernie did not finish. Wimberley obviously gets the disqualification. They won't with the drop
unless
baton.
The baton landed in their lane, you can pick it up if it's your lane. It did not look like it did. It looked like it bounced outside the lane. So
they are DQ'd, so only top 5 right there.
That's right. And again, kind of some sloppy exchanges right there in each of the zones, and it was literally some bad handoffs from all of the teams. But Davenport able to survive out of that lane 1 and win that meet. Or win that heat right there. Yeah,
Caden Scott and Trey Doherty. I said the wrong names just a moment ago. Trey Doherty with a great third leg for that Davenport Wolves team and really gave it. And then Jovan Rogers finished it up for Davenport. Now we move on to the varsity girls. 4x200. Lane 2 will be Fredericksburg. 3 will be Davenport. 4 will be Bandera. 5 Canyon Lake. 6 Wimberley. And 7 Bernie. So we are short one team here, trying to figure out who this team will be. I see a Bandera. I have a Bernie? Who are we missing here? Canyon Lake? Nope. Davenport is there.
Go, Gabby!
Who are
Navarro.
we missing?
We're missing Navarro.
Yes, that is correct. No Navarro in the girls 4x2.
Okay.
So lanes 2 through 7, Fredericksburg on the bottom lane, Bernie on the top lane. Waiting on White, zone 2. Still holding for zone 2 right now. And they are ready. At the start-finish line, we're ready to go. The gun is up. The signal to get into the blocks is made by the starter.
Go, Gabby!
Davenport so far has been the team to beat here in the 4x2. We'll see if they do it in the girls' varsity 4x2 right here.
It's a really fast Wimberley 4x2 team as well.
Hand is up in set position, and we are off. Good start again for the 4x2 in the girls. Been good starts all around so far. And I actually only see 5 teams, so there are 2 scratches that are not in this heat, but we'll see who they are. Davenport is up on the top. Bandera is not in this race, so they're up in lane 7. They're a scratch. Davenport, Canyon Lake.
Canyon Lake off to a really good start with Savannah Oberholzer again. Good
So
handoff by Canyon Lake and Wimberley.
It is actually Bernie. I'm lying to you. Bernie is not in this race. Wimberley and Canyon Lake sitting up in the top side. Bandera are right below them. Bernie will reach, Wimberley will reach down here first. Canyon Lake with a stagger. They're really close, actually almost dead even. Addie Laney with the second
she's stretching it out a little bit. Addison Laney right there. Addie Laney's really stretching it out on that second leg for the Texans. Got to have a good handoff if you're Wimberley here.
It is dead heat with all of Wimberley, Canyon Lake, Bandera, and Davenport. They are all neck and neck. Wimberley separating a little bit here down in lane 3. As well, it looks like Davenport making up some ground here in the third leg for the Davenport Wolves. Right now, it's the Wimberley Texas and the Davenport Wolves first and second. Bandera making a good kick as well here late in their next 200. Final leg coming up. Wimberley will be the first one. Bandera, Davenport, hands off at the exact same time. This is neck and neck. Davenport making a push. Bandera as well. Nice leg by Bandera. Davenport hanging with them. Wimberley, all 3 coming to the final 100 meters. It'll be Bandera out in front. Davenport in second. Wimberley in third. Coming down. Bandera still got the victory. Laney Hennessy from Wimberley trying to run down to the Davenport Wolves. It'll be 1, 2, 3 going that way. Bandera, Davenport, Wimberley. That's your top 3. Canyon Lake in your fourth. 142.485 for the Bandera Bulldogs. Davenport with a 143.203. Wimberley with a 143.493. Canyon Lake 144.411. Bandera with a victory and a district championship.
Oh, congrats to the Bulldogs right there. I mean, that was one heck of a anchor leg by Kinley Lawless right there for Bandera. I mean, Sydney Moore got her in position, and then Kinley Lawless just took it home. Really, really good time, 142.
And we mentioned, we talked about Kinley Lawless earlier in the 100-meter hurdles.
Yep.
She took the victory for the girls' varsity 100-meter hurdles. So, boys' varsity, 4x200. All 7 in it in this one. Canyon Lake in 1, Navarro in 2, Bernie in 3, Fredericksburg in 4, Wimberley in 5, Davenport in 6, and Bandera in 7.
And again, Davenport and Bernie, this is going to be an interesting one to me because both teams are with really good sprinters right here.
Good varsity lineup right here. Davenport's got some really, really quick ones. Wimberley Texans sitting out in lane 5. As they get prepared, we're already white flag on zone 2. Out at zone 2, we're ready to go.
Yeah, and Bernie with William Freeman, who won the 100 meters, and then Charlie Stahl, his teammate, who got second in the 100 meters, running the first leg and the anchor leg. Freeman, coming out of the blocks, and then Stahl, the anchor leg for Bernie. They're going to be a tough team to beat in this competition, just from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Bernie in lane 3. You're exactly correct. So the first and second in the 100-meter dash here in the 4x200 for the Bernie Greyhounds are in lane 3.
And look for Mason Falcone for Davenport. We saw him earlier as well. Look for him in lane 3 to try to make up some ground. Sometimes they'll put I don't want to say the slowest runner, but maybe your shortest leg in lane on the third zone. So let's see what kind of ground he can make up on that second and third handoff.
We're ready on zone 2, ready to start finish, and they're in the blocks. The starter's got the gun up. getting them ready, set for the boys. 4x200 meter varsity final. Set call is in. Good to go. Start all the way around. Nice start from William Freeman for Bernie.
Ethan Talley, too, for Wimberley, off to a really good start.
Down the back stretch, Bandera on the outside lane. Inside lane is the Canyon Lake Hawks, Trevin Cottrell. First handoff comes. It will be the Bernie Greyhounds. William Freeman with the first one. Nice leg coming up right here from the Wimberley Texans as well, with Nolan Wida catching a lot of ground. That is not Nolan Wida, by the way.
Wida.
He is running, but just outside of Nolan, Davenport Wolves with a nice leg as well, as they're going to be right in the thick of this. Inside of the Wimberley Texans, Fredericksburg, and Wimberley will have the top two. Davenport the third after that. It doesn't look that way, but after the stretch it will be. That is what it is. Top three, they've kind of separated themselves. Nice third leg coming up from the Bernie Greyhounds. Right here, this is Michael Igbu.
That's actually William Freeman. I think they switched it 1 and 3. I remember the pink shoes.
Bernie, it is neck and neck. The top four are ready to go. Charlie Stahl will be the final leg for the Bernie Greyhounds. He was second in the 100, and he's showing it right now on why he was.
And here comes Nolan Wida for Wimberley.
There's Nolan Wida running the anchor leg. It'll be Stahl and Wida 1 and 2. Nolan trying to catch him. Stahl separating just a little bit. Nolan coming back at him. It'll be 1 will be Bernie Greyhounds. 2 will be the Wimberley Texans. 3 it'll be Fredericksburg. 4 it will be the Davenport Wolves. Bernie takes it with a 129.28. Wimberley with a 129.52. Fredericksburg in third at a 130.34. And Davenport with a 131.04. So the Bernie Greyhounds are your District 27 champions in the 4x200 meter relay.
Man, what a race. What a race. It was all about handoffs, really, and some really good legs by Bernie down the stretch of the 3 and 4, the anchor leg right there with Freeman and Stahl, making up some ground on the rest of the opponents.
Gut check time right here on this race. The open quarter, we're ready to go. It's girls 400-meter dash up next. They've already called them over there, and we should be underway here shortly. JV girls will start us off, followed by JV boys, varsity girls and varsity boys in the open quarter. This is the race that it's a sprint, but it's a long sprint. It is gut check time here in District 27 in this track meet in Wimberley, Texas.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you have to really find girls and boys that want to run this event, because it is a brutal one, and it is a sprint. It is no longer a technician's race. It is literally a sprint from start to finish, and it is gut check time that last 50 meters.
This race for the JV girls, it is 2 of theirs to lose. Aaron Rose and Lizzie Vasquez Hartman in the middle, about 2 seconds plus above the next 2 in the open quarter.
Both from Davenport.
Both Davenport Wolves in lane 1. Riley Lelaney will be from Bandera. Brenna Weger from Wimberley. Jocelyn Kearney from Canyon Lake in lane 3. Aaron Rose in 4 from Davenport. Lizzie Vasquez Hartman in lane 5. Haley Petty in Canyon Lake. Dakota Hart in lane 7 from Davenport. And from Davenport, Camila Vega Serrano is in lane 8. And a little bit of a delay. I thought maybe they would be over here already, but they're just now getting kind of checking in. So I'm not sure if there's a
Can I go ahead and pick my favorite for the JV girls 4x4 relay?
Yeah, yes, it would be a good idea to take Davenport at this current moment.
With 2 64s, a 67 and a 68 at the JV level, I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take that favorite really, really quickly.
Watch, none of them will probably run it, and then I'll be wrong.
That could be the truth too. Yeah. Although if you're running the open quarter, you're probably running the mile relay at the very end of this track meet.
Probably so.
You should be, at least. Let's rephrase that. So
that's right. We're going to have a conversation with the coaches if these 2 64s on JV are not running in it. So
that's exactly 100% correct. No doubt whatsoever. We went through long jump earlier. Let's move on to field events to give you some of the results from yesterday, and we'll start it off with junior varsity. We did long jump. We're going to go to junior varsity boys. On the pole vault, junior varsity boys, Jace Morales from Wimberley, the sophomore, took the victory, 18:11.75 for Jace Morales. Sage Hall hold on. Clicked on the wrong one. Hold on. Here we go. Junior varsity. This is the girls pole vault. Evelyn Carpenter, 8'6", the freshman. Evelyn Carpenter takes the victory for the Wimberley Texans. River Gomez at 8'6". Again, a tie, but less attempts for Evelyn Carpenter. Audrey Johnson in third and Brooklyn Bray in fourth, both of those from Wimberley. So Wimberley with a really good showing. The top two tied actually for first. They did it in the same attempts, so 9 points go to both of them, but 19 points total in the top four for the Wimberley Texans as first, third, and fourth go to Wimberley in the junior varsity girls pole vault event. So good stuff coming out of the junior varsity girls pole vault. They've got these mixed in a little bit, so I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I got to wiggle through these because junior varsity girls shot put is in with pole vault for some reason. So
it's basically the same event.
Very close.
You could do either one, Jared.
No, that's not. That's
shot put. I got you on that.
Shot put. But if you put me on a pole vault, first of all, the pole's not going to hold. Junior varsity boys pole vault. Ivan Becken, the junior for Wimberley, 11-foot. Jonah Klein for Bandera, the freshman, with a 10'6". Nathaniel Irving in third place with 10'6". He did finish in third due to attempts. That is your top three. Hayden Ferris with 10-foot even in fourth place for Wimberley. So Wimberley with 14, the leader coming out of the junior varsity boys pole vaulting. And for the varsity side of it, we have to move around a little bit because, again, pole vault is that weird one too, though, that they never finish on time because it's always, kind of the longer one.
You break a pole here and there. You gotta adjust the standards up and back. There's a lot going on there.
Girls varsity pole vault. Kennedy Weaver was the district varsity girls pole vault champion. The junior from Davenport jumped 9 foot. In second place, Jessica Culp, the sophomore from Wimberley with 9 foot. Again, more attempts. Risa Espinoza in third place with an 8'6", and in fourth place, Allison Wyrick from Fredericksburg, a freshman at 8'6", with more attempts. So that's your top four in girls varsity pole vault. And boys varsity pole vault, Cash Toomey took first place over Charlie Hanley. Cash at 13'6", and Charlie Hanley at 13'6". However, Cash did it with one less jump. So Texans with 18 points out of the top two. Bradley Quick in third place from Davenport, the sophomore. Barrett Green, the senior from Fredericksburg. Both of them jumped 12'6". They tied for third, and so both of those get a 5-point split for Davenport and Fredericksburg. That is your top four, is Cash Toomey, Charlie Hanley, Bradley Quick, and Barrett Green in the pole vault event. We not real sure what the delay on the 400-meter dash is. We somehow, some way, are ahead of schedule, being that the final race is supposed to be at 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, right.
Talk about going to be tired of hearing Darren.
Well, let's do team. Do we got team results?
I've got some team scores.
Standings?
I've got team scores right now up to date on where we are at. Let's start with our junior varsity girls. How about that? Junior varsity girls, Wimberley in first place with a total of 125 points. Fredericksburg in second place with 122. Davenport in third with 106. So that's your 1, 2, 3 in district in your junior varsity girls. Junior varsity boys, Davenport in the lead with 122. Wimberley in second with 94. Bandera in third with 67. Fredericksburg in fourth with 63. Bernie in fifth with 60 for those junior varsity boys. So kind of a tight wrap right there in third, fourth, and fifth. 67, 63, and 60 difference between all of them. For the varsity girls, Fredericksburg in the lead with 108. Wimberley in second with 97. Davenport with 73. Bernie in fourth with 67 for your varsity girls. And for your varsity boys, the Bernie Greyhounds have stretched the lead. 133 total points. Second for Wimberley at 115, Fredericksburg at 82, and Davenport at 66. So that's your top four in varsity boys.
There you go. Kind of what I expected. Fredericksburg and Wimberley at the girls' varsity division in the top two slots right now. It's going to come down to relay, 4x4 probably for those two teams. The 400 meters is something that Fredericksburg's always been really good at on the girls' side. And again, Bernie, the boys, very impressive out to the early lead on varsity boys with 133 points, and Wimberley right behind them at 115. So kind of a surprise. Davenport is sitting in the fourth spot in the boys' competition, but you know, a lot of that has to do with field events that you've been announcing. I mean, shout out to Coach Caleb Hall for what he's done with the pole vault. There's a lot of points at the JV level and the varsity level for the Wimberley Texans yesterday in the pole vault.
400 is starting to show up down at the start-finish line now for both JV girls, JV boys lining up behind them a little bit. So it looks like we're just about ready to get underway for the 400-meter dash. Do they call it a 400-meter dash? That's not really a dash much, I guess, but it is called a 400-meter dash.
It's not a dash for you or I, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd be tired
it's
driving
a walk.
that. Yeah.
It's a walk.
It's a swift walk.
Oh, man.
Looks like they're just about ready to get started down there. It's supposed to
girls.
start at 7:20, but they're going to go ahead and fire them down. JV girls are going to go ahead and take the track. Lane 1, mentioned this a moment ago. We'll go through them again because we've taken a little bit of time here. Down in Lane 1 for the girls 400 will be Riley Lelaney from Bandera. In Lane 2, Brenna Weger from Wimberley. In Lane 3 from Canyon Lake, Jaslyn Kearney. 4 from Davenport is Aaron Rose. 5 from Davenport is Lizzie Vasquez-Hartman. 6 from Canyon Lake, Haley Petty. Davenport, Dakota Hart in Lane 7, and Davenport, Camila Vega Serrano in Lane 8. Your top 2 times again in Lane 4 and 5 is Aaron Rose and Lizzie Vasquez-Hartman, 104.16 and 104.7 in the prelims.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what, especially in this race, what these girls do time-wise versus yesterday. Sometimes, you know, if you know you're out in front, you'll cruise a little bit down the stretch in your heat just to make it to the finals, and then you improve on your time in the finals because you kind of coasted a little bit during the prelim. So it'll be interesting to see what these two that ran 64s yesterday will do today in these finals for the JV girls.
Aaron Rose in Lane 4 is in the pink shoes. In Lane 5, like we mentioned a minute ago, Lizzie Vasquez-Hartman in the white shirt with white shoes. Those are the two to watch here in this junior varsity girls 400 meters. No blocks being used, it doesn't appear.
Well, there's
some up at the top using blocks.
I don't understand that as much. I would prefer going out of the blocks on anything called a dash, but some girls prefer not to do it on this race.
Gun is up, waiting for the set call from the starter, and there it is. Clean start. We are underway. Lane 4, Aaron Rose. Not a great start from Aaron Rose, actually. Out in Lane 5 is Lizzie Hartman Vasquez with a good start.
Yeah, her teammate. But I will say Rose really smooth stride so far. She may be one of those girls that saves it for the end and kicks hard around that home stretch.
Last 120 meters will be huge here. Really, last 70 or 80 is the biggest in this open quarter. Rose Vasquez up at the top side. Vasquez-Hartman from Davenport comes around the corner after the first 200 in the lead. Rose is starting to pick it up now, though, Darren.
Yeah, she's coming on strong. Very fluid runner. Looks like a 400 runner. Built
nice
like
push from Canyon Lake with Hallie Petty as well, sitting there in Lane 6. Down below us, Petty still in the lead. Rose, the two Davenport. Petty trying to create the upset here. Davenport with a late kick, though. Bringing it back in, Vasquez-Hartman. I don't know if Petty held him off.
I think she did. I think she held him off.
Petty will get the victory, 104.617. Lizzie Vasquez-Hartman in second with a 104.673. So Hallie Petty from Canyon Lake, or Haley Petty, I'm not sure which one it is. Aaron Rose with a 104.697. How about the difference in split times right there between Haley Petty, a 107.01 in the prelims, a 104.61 in the finals, and she's your district champion.
Well, exactly. 3 seconds shaved off of her prelim time in the finals to win the gold medal for the JV girls, and a huge race for her. And that may be one of those situations, Jared, yesterday where she in the prelim she ran and maybe coasted her way into the finals, knew she was going to get there, let up a little bit down the stretch. She didn't let up at all. She came around that last curve and down the home stretch, and she picked up speed and held on to survive and win that first place medal for the Canyon Lake Hawks. Congrats to Haley Petty. Great race. 104.61. Really impressive. JV boys will be next up on the 400-meter dash. They're already getting ready in the blocks. In lane 1, JV boys will be from Bernie Braylon Thomason. Lane 2, Max Johnson, Canyon Lake. Lane 3, William Vidmer from Bandera. Lane 4, Landon Hennessy from Wimberley. Lane 5, Luke Jekyll from Canyon Lake. Lane 6, Yair Hernandez from Fredericksburg. Lane 7, Larry Jones from Fredericksburg. And in Lane 8, Genaro Mendoza from Navarro. So that's your JV boys.
Your two in the middle, Landon Hennessy and Luke Jekyll, 52.95, both of them tied in separate heats, I believe, in the prelims for your junior varsity boys. Hennessy in the blue and Luke Jekyll from Canyon Lake in the green. Hennessy in the navy blue. Bandera right below him is William Vidmer. The gun is up, and they are in the blocks. Junior varsity boys. Open quarter. Clean start, and we're off.
Good start for Canyon Lake in lane 5, I believe.
Yep, very good start from Luke Jekyll. Jekyll pushing has now made up a lot of the grounds of the stagger in the first 100. Bandera with a good start as well, sitting on the outside with a good, or on the inside, I'm sorry, Wilmer Vidmer.
Yeah, really good stride by Jekyll for Canyon Lake. Again, those pink shoes stretching it out.
It is Jekyll right now in the lead. Vidmer below him. Now pushing down low is in lane 2. Max Johnston from Canyon Lake as well with a late push. Pink shoes all around for the Canyon Lake Hawks. They're in first and second. Outside, it's Jekyll. On the inside, it's Max Johnston pushing with Wimberley and a late push trying to create the third place for the JV boys for the Wimberley Texans. It will be in lane 6, Luke Jekyll for the victory. Max Johnston in lane 2. Wimberley Texans, Landon Hennessy will take third. That's going to be your top three. Jekyll with a 51.67, Max Johnston with a 52.54, and Landon Hennessy with a 53.28. 1, 2, 3 for your JV boys.
Yeah, and again, a really good time for JV boys. Luke Jekyll right there, 51. Anything low 50s at the JV level, you're getting around. You know, you're picking them up and putting them down pretty good. And that's a really good time for him. Shaved off about a second and a half off of his prelim time. So congrats to Luke Jekyll, another Canyon Lake victory. Varsity girls 400-meter dash coming up now as they are already on the bench and just about prepared and ready to get out there as Jason Valentine, again, will take them out on the track. At lane 1, it will be Fredericksburg's Ava Stewie. In lane 2, from Bandera, Tater Moeller. In lane 3, Taylor Grona from Fredericksburg. Arian Lightfoot from Canyon Lake in 4. Savannah Siebert from Bernie in lane 5. Mary Robinson in lane 6 from Bandera. Navarro's Madison Gilliam in lane 7. And Lynn Kahn in lane 8 from Navarro. Your leading time by a pretty significant amount at a 57.87. Arian Lightfoot in lane 4, and she will be in green. She's a cool 3 seconds ahead of pretty much everybody. Sub 58 is unreal, spectacular. I mean, varsity girls 4A level, you run a 57.87 in the prelims. This I want to see.
Yeah,
right
this could get good. 1 minute point 45 from Bernie's Savannah Siebert, just outside of her on the right hand side in the what looks to be a gray top. In second, really all of the next
Grona
three.
Too. You know, Taylor Grona is going to get a chance to see Lightfoot in front of her and get a chance to chase her. Taylor Grona, a really good athlete from Fredericksburg, great basketball player. And in lane 1 down there from Fredericksburg, Ava Stewie. If you guys have not seen her pitch a softball, you need to get out to Fredericksburg and watch her throw the softball. She's really good.
The gun is up, and we are ready to go. Track is cleared. They are in the blocks, and the gun is off. We are underway. Arian Lightfoot in lane 4, already making up a lot of distance, and you can see why this young lady ran a sub-58 open quarter. She has already made up the stagger in the first 100 meters. Arian Lightfoot sitting in the middle in the green, the one to beat here in the varsity girls open quarter.
Ava Stewie had a really good start in lane 1. Taylor Grona starting to make up some ground in lane 3. Trying to just stay on the heels of Lightfoot if she can.
Savannah Siebert off of Lightfoot's right hip, closing a little bit down in the bottom lane as well. Looks like Tatum Moeller trying to make up some in lane 3. It is lane 4 right now. It's Arian Lightfoot. Taylor Grona is actually in lane 3 trying to fight back. Lightfoot, it's her race to lose right now. Grona Sitting to her left-hand side to the right is Savannah Siebert, who will get second and third. Lightfoot appears to get taking the victory. Grona in lane 2 or in lane 3 will get second place. Siebert in lane 5 will get the third place. Arian Lightfoot with a 58.223. Taylor Grona 58.938, and Savannah Siebert with a 59.076. That's your top 3. Mary Robinson with a 59.785. So 3.
How about
4 sub 1
How about
minutes.
all four girls that are going to area running a sub 1 minute 400? That is impressive. That is awesome. I love it.
Congratulations to Arian Lightfoot, 58.223 from the Canyon Lake Hawks. She is your District 27 champion in the open quarter for the girls varsity. Boys varsity now stepping up, and 8 in this as well. Colorado Kenway from Navarro will be in lane 1. Sam Navely will be from Bandera in lane 2. Cal Taylor from Davenport. Xavier Cropper in 4 from Navarro in lane 5. Jalen Morrow from Davenport. Woodrow Goen in lane 6 from Bernie. In lane 7 from Bandera, Mariano Casas. In lane 8 is Wimberley's Benji Almedo Barraco.
Yeah, and the thing to watch here on the boys, can somebody go sub 50? You know, every time yesterday in the prelims over 50 seconds. See if somebody can shave it off a little bit, get under that 50 mark, get it down to 49, maybe even a high 48.
50.77. Xavier Cropper in lane 4 is the high time. Jalen Morrow in lane 5 at a 51.23 coming out of the prelims. Not much separating 3 and 4, though. 51.44 and a 51.45. Davenport and Bernie. Cal Taylor in 3. In lane 6, Woodrow Goen.
Again, in that varsity girls competition at Fredericksburg, picking up some valuable points there in the team standings with Taylor Grona getting second place, Jared. That's points they need right there to keep that lead over Wimberley in the girls standings at varsity.
So Xavier Cropper in lane 4 from Navarro. He's going to be wearing the purple short. Orange shoes will be Jalen Morrow from Davenport. Those are their top 2. In lane 3, Cal Taylor in the white top with the maroon shorts in lane 3. On the outside from lane 6, Bernie is purple shorts and a gray top. That is Woodrow Goen. Outside for the Wimberley Texans in lane 8 is Benji Almedo. He is in the red shirt. Bandera in lane 2 with the royal blue. Sam Navely. And down in lane 1 with the very bright highlighter shoes is Colorado Kenway. The gun is up, and they are in the blocks. Open quarter for the varsity boys. This is a fast one. Don't blink. Somebody may run a sub 50. Clean start. Here we go. Cropper out with a good start in lane 4. Benji Almedo out in lane 8 with a good kick as well. Cropper trying to run them down.
Sam Snavely, too, for Bandera in lane 2 with a really good start as well.
Down the back stretch, inside, Xavier Cropper in lane 4. Davenport in lane 5 is Jalen Morrow starting to suck it in a little bit. Bandera, you mentioned Sam Navely. Coming down in lane 2 for Bandera with a good turn as they start to make the move. Out on the outside, Woodrow Goen with a nice push in lane 6. Goen is going to have the lead on the back stretch. Davenport trying to chase him down. Xavier Cropper as well. Woodrow Goen in lane 6. Late kick by Xavier Cropper right at the finish line. Looked like Bernie got it at the very end. We'll see what the results say. They may go to a photo finish. It is Woodrow Goen. 50.252 gets the victory. In second place, it's Xavier Cropper with a 50.364. Jalen Morrow from Davenport with a 50.977 in third. Sam Navely with a 51.102 in fourth place. That is your top 4. Woodrow Goen with a fantastic run, improving from a 51.45 to a 50.252. He is your District 27 Varsity Boys Open Quarter champion.
Yeah, he really turned it on at that third curve and really the last 125 meters and then really the last 50 meters, Jared, he just gutted it out to hang on because Cropper was coming on really strong for Navarro, in lane 4, and he just, he shaved off a second and 1.2 seconds off of his time from the prelims to win the district championship. Congrats to Woodrow Goen for Bernie.
So there's going to be a little bit of a time here because the 300-meter hurdles will have to be set up. So the blocks are going to have to be taken over to the curve as well as the hurdles will set up. So it's probably about a 10-minute break right here. So we're going to take another break with you. We'll keep the camera on here on Wimberley ISD on the YouTube channel. And Darren and I will take a break. We'll come back. Start of the JV girls 300-meter hurdles here in about 7 to 8 minutes. On YouTube, and we appreciate everybody tuning in to us right here on the District 27 track meet from Wimberley, Texas.
In sixth place, Riley Lalani, Bandera. In fifth, Camila Vega Serrano, Davenport. In fourth, Jaslyn Kearney, Canyon Lake. In third, Erin Rose, Davenport. In second, Lizzie Vasquez Hartman of Davenport. In first place with a time of 1 minute, 4.62 seconds from Canyon Lake, your district champion, Haley Petty. Junior varsity girls 400-meter dash. Your junior varsity boys 400-meter dash. In sixth, Larry Jones of Fredericksburg. In fifth, Yair Hernandez of Fredericksburg. In fourth, William Vidmer of Bandera. In third, Landon Hennessy of Wimberley. In second, Max Johnston of Canyon Lake. And in first place, with a time of 51.67 from Canyon Lake, your district champion, Luke Jekyll. Junior varsity boys 400-meter dash. Your varsity girls 400-meter dash results. In sixth, Jalen Kahn, Navarro. In fifth, Madison Gilliam, Navarro. In fourth, Mary Robinson of Bandera. In third, Savannah Siebert. Actually, I should have said in fourth, in qualifying for the area meet, Mary Robinson of Bandera. In third, Savannah Siebert of Bernie. In second, Taylor Grona of Fredericksburg. And in first place, headed to the area meet with a time of 58.23 from Canyon Lake, Erin Lightfoot, your district champion of the varsity girls 400-meter dash. Final results in your varsity boys 400-meter dash. In sixth place, Colorado Kenway of Navarro. In fifth place, Cal Taylor of Davenport. Qualifying for the area of meet, Sam Snavely of Bandera in fourth place. In third place, Jalen Morrow of Davenport. In second place, Xavier Cropper of Navarro. And in first place, with a time of 50.26 from Bernie, your district champion, Woodrow Gone. Varsity boys 400-meter dash.
Girls over there?
Where at?
They're the 4x200.
Okay, hold on. I'll get them next.
Okay.
Let me find them. These girls are the district champion, 4x2.
Take a picture of the screen.
They were the district champions for girls 4x2. All right, junior varsity girls 300-meter hurdles lining up on the top side as we get back underway. We figured it would be about 10 minutes. It's 7:37 here in Wimberley, Texas. Beautiful night, by the way. Talked about the weather here in Wimberley. The wind has actually died down, and it is a gorgeous, gorgeous evening. Junior varsity girls 300 meters. Lane 1, it'll be Bailey Barth. In lane 2, Lori King. 3, Halston Stott. Lane 4, Maddie Moore. 5, Michaela Petty. In lane 6, Liliana Leslie. 7, Maggie Moore. And 8, Irvi Dutta for the Wimberley Texans. In lane 4, Maddie Moore. We talked about her in the 100-meter hurdle. She dominated it earlier. She is the favorite by about 2 seconds here in this 300-meter hurdles. This one in the 800, 2 hardest races in track and field.
Yeah, this is the one I would not want to do. The 800, the 400, those are brutal, but doing 300 meters over hurdles, forget about it. I mean, this is a tough one. Maddie Moore, really good technique in the 100-meter hurdles. Interesting to see how she stretches it out in these 300s, and it's all about steps to that first hurdle in this race. You can't chop your steps going into that first hurdle, or you're more than likely going to be off with the rest of the steps in between hurdles the rest of the race. So it's really important to get out of the blocks quick, be smooth through that first hurdle, and don't chop, and then get to that second hurdle in stride.
So Maddie Moore in the long black socks. And again, she's going to be the favorite from Fredericksburg in lane 5. Michaela Petty, both of those sitting at a 50.53 and a 52.47 in the preliminaries for Maddie and Michaela, both from Fredericksburg, the 2 favorites here in the 300. The hand is up for the starter. They are in the blocks. Set is ready. Clean start. Maddie Moore in lane 4. Good start. Next to Maddie Moore in lane, or outside, is Liliana Leslie from Navarro, but Maddie Moore starting to make her move now after about 100 meters.
So far, good steps by all the runners, all the competitors in this event. Nobody chopping, everybody striding out in between hurdles.
Really top looks really good right there. Maddie, Michaela, Liliana Leslie, all sitting there. Maddie Moore starting to separate. Liliana Leslie up in lane 7, making a good push as well. No, that is not Maddie. That is Maggie Moore from Wimberley. So it is going to be Maddie followed by Michaela. And then in lane 7 for the Wimberley Texans, it will be Maggie Moore. That's your 1, 2, 3. So Maddie Moore from Fredericksburg is your junior varsity girls 300 district champion. 50.995 for Maddie Moore. Michaela Petty with a 51.399. Maggie Moore from the Wimberley Texans, 52.74. That's your top 3 junior varsity girls 300-meter hurdles.
Good job by Fredericksburg there, racking up some points. First and second place for the JV girls. And Maggie Moore from the 7th lane, lane 7, coming up strong with a 3rd place finish in district for the JV girls for the Wimberley Texans.
Yeah, Maggie improved her time significantly there from what she was in the prelims. Fantastic job by the hurdler from Wimberley, Texas. For the JV boys, there is 8 lanes as well. Miller BB.
Well, they run the girls first.
Oh, yes, they're going to. I don't know why.
Varsity girls first because they got to raise the hurdles for the boys.
They will run the varsity girls first. So in lane 1, it'll be Bailey Gold. 2, Kendall Fallon. 3, Lila Aldrich. Rylan Grona from Fredericksburg in lane 4. Lila Aldrich in lane 3 from Fredericksburg as well. Lane 5 from Canyon Lake, Aubrey Avey. 6 from Bernie, Priska Igbu. In lane 7 from Bandera, Jaden Dickerson, and Risa Espinoza from Wimberley in 8, and they are off and ready to go. Igbu with a good push from Bernie on the outside right off the bat. Nice hurdle, though, right below her for Aubrey Avey coming out of the first one, and she is electric.
She's flying.
Aubrey Avey moving. First one over that 3rd hurdle, and Avery continues. Her steps are set perfect. She's got at least 5-7 meter lead over second place.
Rylan
Aubrey
Grona.
Below her is Rylan Grona.
Yeah, Rylan Grona really smooth over the hurdles as well.
Avery with a huge lead for Canyon Lake. Grona in second place. Down in lane 2 from Davenport is Kendall Fallon in 3rd place. That's your 1, 2, 3. Avery will take the victory. Grona in second, Davenport in third place. What a push by Aubrey Avey. 48.05 in the prelims. How about a 45.476 in the finals? Aubrey Avey is your girls varsity district champion. Rylan Grona in second with a 46.51. Kendall Fallon from Davenport with a 46.78. Congratulations, Aubrey Avey. 54.476, down from a 48.05. That is a huge difference, over 2.5 seconds for Aubrey Avey.
Man, I'm telling you, that's one of the more impressive 300 hurdles events that I've seen on the girls' varsity competition in a long, long time, just from start to finish. She got out of the blocks quick. She was smooth over that first hurdle. And once she hit that first hurdle, she really turned it on and stepped it up, and she finished strong as well, Jared.
Absolutely. And I have to tell you, Aubrey, her first two, you said it a minute ago, it's so important to get your steps down on the first hurdle. Second hurdle, her steps were perfect over the first one. Her left leg lead, just absolute perfect. Aubrey Avey flying around the 300-meter hurdles. Adjusting now for the boys, like you said, we'll do junior varsity boys 300 next. It'll be Miller Bibe from Canyon Lake, Mason Cleckley from Davenport. Mason, of course, took the victory in the 110 hurdles. Dylan Carr in lane 3 for Wimberley. Raider Pack in lane 4 from Wimberley. In lane 5, Brendan Whitworth from Davenport. Braddock Galini from Navarro in lane 6. Hudson Bruce in lane 7 from Bernie. And Colin Geipel from Navarro in lane 8. Favorites in the middle is Raider Pack with a 44.87. Brendan Whitworth with a 45.19. Those are in both lane 4 and 5.
I'm still shocked by the way she finished, man. That was very impressive by Aubrey Avey. The way she finished that last hurdle, really the last two hurdles, Jared, was really impressive. She was really stretching it out and hit them in stride and really grazed over the top of them. Beautiful form.
Well, let's put it this way. 45.48 for her. The junior varsity boys at this point right now, 44.87 is the lead. Varsity, she would have been right there with some of the varsity boys runners as well.
That's right.
Unbelievable run right there from Aubrey Avey.
No doubt about it. It was really, really good race. Really good race.
So JV boys 300 coming up, getting ready to get underway up on the top side.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a personal best for her or a school record, but I would not be surprised if both of those things happen tonight for her. Really, really solid. And again, all the hurdles being raised. It looks like those are all set.
Chad Patek out from Wimberley, Texas, texting in and let us know they're out watching. And we appreciate you right here on YouTube, Wimberley ISD's YouTube channel, the District 27 track meet. Darren Masur, Jared Robinson, Jordan Wink over our producer, making the camera changes. Greg Didalowitz, one of the cameramen as well. I'll have to get the other camera person's name. Asa is our other camera person. So we've got two cameras running here in Wimberley today. Greg and Asa are our two camera operators, bringing you the shots for this evening's District 27 track meet.
Doing a great job.
Making us look good.
Making us look good.
Making us look good.
We may not sound good, but and you don't have to see our faces either, which is even a bigger bonus.
I figure they probably put us on mute already and just watching. So
normally we are on radio, not TV.
That's right. That's right. I don't have to. I only have to wear a suit a couple times a year, so I don't want to have to push it any more than that. They're in the blocks now for the JV boys.
Especially if there's a tie that goes along with it.
No doubt. In the block, the gun is up. No set position yet from the starter, though. JV boys 300, and there they are, and they are off. Clean starts in the middle. Nice start for Davenport. Brendan Whitworth with a good start. Raider Pack as well, already catching. Raider, the first one over the hurdle on that back stretch. Raider still out in the lead. Whitworth right next to him in second place.
Yeah, Raider really smooth over the first three hurdles out of lane 4.
Raider starting to stretch it out a little bit more. Whitworth to his right-hand side as they come across in lane 4. Raider Pack in 4. Whitworth in lane 5. It's all about stamina at this point, though. Raider Pack down here in front of us. Whitworth trying to take him over. He will towards the last hurdle. They're going to go in. It'll be Raider Pack following Whitworth down in lane 2, as well as Mason Cleckley from Davenport. He's going to pass him up. 1 and 2 will go to Davenport. Brendan Whitworth in first. Mason Cleckley in second, and Raider Pack in third. How about a finish for the Davenport Wolves right there? Fantastic job by Davenport, really closing that. We talked about Mason Cleckley earlier and his abilities to close. He did a great job right there, and a good congratulations to Brendan Whitworth on his district championship for the junior varsity boys. Our times are not correct. There's Brendan Whitworth, 43.409. Mason Cleckley with a 44.214. Raider Pack in third with a 44.437. That's your top 3 in your junior varsity boys 300 meters. Congratulations to Brendan Whitworth.
Awesome finish by Whitworth and Cleckley right there. Cleckley, who won the 110 hurdles for the JV boys, comes back and gets a silver medal in the 300. So a big day for him and the Davenport Wolves on the hurdles.
Varsity boys 300 meter. Dominic Sanchez will be in lane 1. Esteban Leyva in lane 2 from Bandera. In lane 3 from Davenport, Clayton Williams. McCoy Bruce in lane 4 from Bernie. Reed Lineweber in 5 from Wimberley. Navarro's Jacob Arias in 6. Peyton Helford from Navarro in 7. Luke German from Wimberley in 8. They are already in the blocks. Starter has got them ready to go. Reed Lineweber in red in lane 5. Below him in gray is McCoy Bruce. Those are your 2 favorites for this. Nice push on both of them, Reed Lineweber and McCoy Bruce. McCoy Bruce now with a big push coming off of that second hurdle. Nice job from McCoy Bruce. It is 1 and 2 is Wimberley and Bernie. Very close tied on the outside with the Texans, or on the outside, I believe, for Luke German for Wimberley. McCoy Bruce out with a big lead. It is Wimberley on the outside. It's German and Reed Lineweber in second. Davenport now in lane 3, closing it back. Clayton Williams. Williams separating a little bit, trying to hold on in the middle for Wimberley. It will be Williams. And in third place in lane 5, Reed Lineweber. First place goes to McCoy Bruce from Bernie, Texas. 40.065 for McCoy Bruce. Clayton Williams with a 41.37. Reed Lineweber with a 42.419. Jacob Arias rounds out your top 4, 42.686, advancing for Navarro. Man, McCoy Bruce, impressive.
Yeah, over hurdle 2, 3, and 4, just really stretched it out and then just gutted it out down the stretch. But, man, he was so smooth over those hurdles in the middle part of the race, and got off to a good start too, but really turned it on halfway through that race and finished strong.
Moving it on now to the girls' 200-meter dash. JV will start us off first. Only 2 events left. Well, actually, that's a lie. 3 events. We've got the mile, the 1,600 meters. We've got 200-meter dash followed by the mile.
Can't wait to hear how you fill the time during that.
I actually have some field events still left.
All right. And we can do team standings as well going into the mile relay. So we'll do that some during the mile as well. So is it really a mile, 1,600 meters?
I don't know.
Call it the mile, but is it really a mile?
I don't listen, I'm not a mathematician. Call my wife. She's the CPA. I don't know.
You did go to Wimberley.
Yeah.
I mean, who was your math teacher?
I don't know. I don't even remember
okay.
who my math teacher was.
All right. Well, we'll figure that out while they're getting the hurdles cleared from the track. But
hurdles are cleared. They got to get the blocks over to the over to zone 2 up at turn 2 for the 200-meter dash coming up.
200 meters, man. This is an exciting race as well, especially with some of the sprinters that we've seen out here today on the varsity level. Nolan Wida, he's a gut check guy, man. He's going to run with total effort from Wimberley. He's qualified second on the boys varsity side time-wise in the prelims behind Giovanni Borjas from Fredericksburg with a 22.2 in the prelims. Just finished right in front of Nolan time-wise at a 22.39. Charlie Stahl, another really good sprinter we've seen from Bernie earlier, who finished second in the 100 meters with a 22.46. It's going to be an interesting race between those 3, Bernie, Fred, and Wimberley, Charlie Stahl, Giovanni Borjas, and Nolan Wida on the boys' side. And then, again, we get to see Kenley Lawless one more time. Can't you only run 3 running events. Kelly's been, I feel like we've been calling her name all night.
She's won a lot of them. Everything she's entered, she's won so far right now.
You know, she qualified first by a long shot and by a wide margin in the prelims with the fastest time of 25.11. She'll be in lane 4 on the girls. So look for those names going into this competition here in the 200 meters. This is a really, really fun event, fast-paced, and it is an all-out sprint.
So junior varsity girls 200-meter dash will start us off first. Got it on the clock set for 8:05, so that's about 10 minutes away. And they've been trying to stay somewhat true to the time here as they've had the opportunity to kind of speed it up a little bit, but have kept it slow enough where it's kept on time. So it looks like we've got a 7:53 here with an 8:05 start time, so about 10 minutes. So we're gonna jump off again real quick for about 5 or 6 minutes. They'll continue to run the camera stuff here. We'll take a break before they go to the girls 200 meter here at District 27 track meet here in Wimberley, Texas. We appreciate everybody watching us online, and hopefully we're not butchering it too much, but we appreciate you being a part of it here today for District 27. We'll take a break and we'll be back.
I think they took a break. Looks like there's a fire on the other side of the field house.
as well go ahead and make a shout out. Y'all need to take a look up at the Jumbotron. The concession stand is open. There he is. Y'all scream for the Romo man. He's busy. Putting out fires, I guess. But no, man, y'all need to go grab something. It's good stuff down there. And now we've attracted children. About 5 minutes away from the start for a 200-meter dash.
Double check over there. It looks like they may be getting ready to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Junior Varsity Girls 200-meter dash. It'll start in just a minute. We're going to go ahead and get this call out.
Girls 200-meter dash, they are on the track. And we are back a little bit early for the 8:05, but that's all right. We won't complain about it. Paige Love is in lane 1 from Navarro. Natalia Richardson in lane 2 from Davenport. From Wimberley, Kinsey Rothbard. In lane 3, Aaron Rose in 4. Cameron Lancaster from Wimberley in 5. Jesse Nettleton in lane 6 from Fredericksburg. Ileana Agobe in lane 7 from Wimberley. And Delaney Meyer in lane 8 from Canyon Lake. So the girls 200 meters in the junior varsity level getting ready to go. Jared Robinson, Darren Masur here live on Wimberley's ISD on the YouTube page.
Tell you what, they're professionals, man.
Loving it. Loving every minute of it. If you're out watching, they got some great shots going.
We had the wide camera angle of the entire stadium with the hill country in the background. Beautiful setting for a district track meet. Not a better place to be right now.
You think we could get Jordan up here on Monday to do some eclipse videos?
Oh, gosh.
Jordan says he's out. He will
out.
not be.
Jordan,
he will not
I'm
be moving around. Our producer Jordan Wink has given me the absolutely no chance. We're ready to go.
I'm leaving town that day.
I don't blame you for that. I don't blame you whatsoever. Junior varsity girls 200 meter. The gun is up, waiting for the set position. There they are, and they are off. In lane 4 is the favorite. It's Aaron Rose, Cameron Lancaster in 5. Coming around the corner. Nice start on the outside for Jesse Nettleton from Fredericksburg. Jesse with real good coming out of lane 6. Nice push. Nettleton still in the lead, coming down the stretch. Pushing down in lane 3 is Kinsey Rothbard. Nettleton, Rothbard coming up to the end. Rothbard looks like she's going to take it. She will. Down in lane 3, Kinsey Rothbard of Wimberley gets the victory, 28.029. Jesse Nettleton with a 28.151. Aaron Rose with a 28.486. She's in third. That's your top 3 for your junior varsity girls 200-meter dash.
Great last 50 meters right there by Kinsey Rothbard. who shaved some time off of her prelim time, coming out of lane 3 to get the victory for the Wimberley Texans and trying to keep the Wimberley Texans JV girls up in the team standings right there. Great job by Kinsey.
Took off 0.18 seconds on the 200-meter dash right there for Kinsey. We're going to move it over to the junior varsity boys 200-meter now. In lane 1 from Wimberley, it'll be Lane Bowen. 2 from Canyon Lake, Chris Brown. 3 from Bernie, Rush Nichols. 4 from Wimberley, Jace Morales. 5 from Bandera, William Vidmer. In lane 6 from Davenport, Logan Philibek. 7 from Wimberley, Levi Huff. And 8 from Wimberley, Robert Holloman.
4 of the 8 in this event that qualified for the finals from Wimberley, Texas. And look for lane 4 and 5 to be a great race between Jace Morales from the Wimberley Texans and William Vidmer from Bandera. Really close times in the prelims.
Getting into the blocks, Morales in the navy blue top. To his outside on the right is William Vidmer from Bandera. He's in the royal blue. Stationary in the blocks. Gun is up, waiting for the set position. Go given from Doug Warren, and they're off. Clean start. Out early is Morales. Morales with a nice start. Coming out of lane 4, has already worked up the curve. Morales has got a good lead coming into the last 100. Morales out of lane 3. Coming up is Rush Nichols. Good move from Nichols in lane 3, actually closing some ground, but it will be Jace Morales, followed by lane 3 with Rush Nichols. That's your first 2. Morales with a 23.257. They have Chris Brown, but I think that is incorrect. I believe that was Rush Nichols. We'll see if they fix that on the sheet here. They're saying it's Chris Brown from Canyon Lake with a 23.772. Vidmer was in 3rd place. We'll see if that gets fixed.
Rush Nichols, definitely from Bernie, finished 2nd with a really strong finish down the last 30 or 40 meters of that race. Even narrowed some gap on Jace Morales, who really dominated most of that race.
Yeah, Morales at a 23.257, 23.82 when he started it. There's Rush Nichols, 23.77. He will take 2nd place. Chris Brown drops out of it. William Vidmer in 3rd. So Jace Morales, Rush Nichols, William Vidmer, your top 3 in the junior varsity boys 200-meter dash. Congratulations to Jace Morales in the victory, district champion in the JV 200-meter. Girls varsity now steps up. Jaden Stone in lane 1 from Fredericksburg. Jayla Blake from Bandera in 2. Macy Fallon from Davenport in 3. Kinley Lawless from Bandera in 4. Anaya Tinsley from Davenport in 5. Savannah Siebert from Bernie in lane 6. Fredericksburg's Miranda Alleman in lane 7. Lauren Foster from Wimberley in 8. Girls varsity 200 meters.
So keep an eye on lane 4. Kinley Lawless from Bandera, and to challenge her, maybe Anaya Tinsley from Davenport in lane 5.
I'm going to tell you, Anaya Tinsley can move. She can pick them up and put them down. Anaya Tinsley in the maroon top. In lane 4 in the white top is Kinley Lawless. Seen a good amount of our victors come from those middle 2 lanes. Of course, the middle 2 lanes being the highest placed ones. Good start from Kinley Lawless out of 4. She's already pushing, making a good move. Anaya Tinsley to her right. It's going to be them 2 coming out of the corner. Who's going to have the stamina to take it through? It is Lawless. 50 meters left. It is Lawless, followed by Anaya Tinsley. Tinsley will not have enough to take it down. 3rd place is really, really close in between those. Kinley Lawless will take 1st place in the varsity girls. 25.81 for Kinley Lawless. She is your District 27 varsity girls 200-meter dash champion for 2024. Anaya Tinsley will be in 2nd place. Her time has not posted yet. We'll get that as soon as it comes up. There it is, 25.895, so 0.85 longer. Macy Fallon of Davenport held off for 3rd place at 26.265. Huge points right there for Macy Fallon as she held off Savannah Siebert in 4th from Bernie, 26.293. That's your top 4 for the girls' varsity 200-meter dash. Congratulations to Kinley Lawless. I believe 3rd event, 3rd victory.
That's right. I mean, just in the 4x2, the 200, and the 100 meters, she's very impressive Very impressive races for her, and congrats to all 4 of those girls qualifying for the next meet area Wednesday, April 10th, next week.
Boys varsity 100 or 200 meter dash coming up. DeAnthony Moore will be in lane 1. Kyler Payne in 2, both those from Davenport. Charlie Stahl will be in lane 3 from Bernie. In lane 4, Giovanni Borjas from Fredericksburg. Nolan Wida in lane 5 from Wimberley. From Fredericksburg, Jack Whittington in 6. Gage Weaver from Wimberley in 7. And from Bandera, Braden Herman in lane 8. That's your boys varsity 200 meter dash.
So Giovanni Borjas and Nolan Wida right here, right in the middle of the track, lane 4 and 5. Wida will be in the red and navy, Borjas in the gray.
And it's Charlie Stahl. We saw him in a couple races already. He's in the yellow shoes just to the right of Nolan Wida. Stahl can move it.
Good start by Stahl.
Stahl, a really good start. Also a good start down below him in Giovanni Borjas coming out of lane 4 from Fredericksburg. Borjas, great push coming down from Bernie in lane 3. There is Stahl. He's in the pink shoes. Not that. Stahl's going to bring it home in the 200. Wida's trying to chase him down in the 200. It looks like it's going to be Stahl, Wida, followed up by Giovanni Borjas. We'll make sure that is the final by the mile split live tracker right at the start-finish line.
I tell you what, the last 120 meters by Charlie Stahl was very impressive. Finished super strong down the stretch, and just a really good victory for him. Congrats on a district championship for Bernie's Charlie Stahl.
Yeah, they don't have Charlie Stahl there yet. They've got Kyler Payne at 22.108. That is going to end up being Charlie Stahl in that first place. Charlie Stahl with a great turn coming about that last, really about 120, when I said it earlier, about the 120-meter mark, he really just started separating and got away. Nolan Wida with a really good push later on, but couldn't pick it up back from Charlie Stahl. It's going to be Stahl, Wida, followed by Borjas. They just haven't got Stahl's time yet. We'll see what the final time is as they continue to update them as we go. Kyler Payne will drop on your screen whenever you see that. As the boys 200-meter is done, we're going to move it down to the 1,600-meter next. Nolan Wida will be still replaced by Charlie Stahl in a minute on your screens. You get the other side of this, too, what you don't realize is the back side of that race had some really tight, close finishes as well. So
yeah, I'm interested to see who got 4th and is going to advance to regionals, because that's important. I mean, to area.
I think it was Gage Weaver, I believe.
Okay.
But we'll see who it was.
Kind of what I'm keeping an eye on. He ran a really good time, 22.40.
Yeah, the only
there
one.
There it is, right there.
There's Charlie Stahl. There it is, 22.105. They adjusted it, 0.003. It will be Charlie Stahl is your district champion. Nolan Wida in second place. Giovanni Borjas in third place. And Gage Weaver at a 22.408. That's your top 4. Congratulations, Charlie Stahl, in the district championship for the 200-meter dash. And I thought going into it, just seeing him kind of run the 100 earlier, him and Will Freeman, he looked like he had a late push in that 100, kind of catching Will Freeman a little bit towards the back end of that 100, which is probably the reason you're not seeing William Freeman run the 200. Like you said, you're only allowed a certain allotment of running events anyway. You can't enter all of them.
Right.
And so William Freeman, but yeah, one of those situations there that you saw the Bernie Charlie Stahl get the victory in the 200.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's super strong, good-looking athlete. I mean, really physical-looking kid. You could see the strength that he had to go into that south wind. Not that it's a heavy wind, but it's 3 or 4 or 5 miles per hour in his face down the home stretch, and he was able to really push through that. Nolan Wida as well, getting that silver medal here at the district championships, and able, he's a big physical kid as well, and able to push through that and finish strong to get second place.
So girls junior varsity 1,600 meter.
I can't wait for this. I can't wait to see you read all 31 names on this list, Jared.
I'm going to be honest with you. I looked at some of these names, and I'm about to be Butcher City. So y'all work with me on this one. Ella LaRue from Fredericksburg, Valeria Ramirez from Fredericksburg, Juliana Gonzalez from Davenport, Alexa Glebus from Davenport, Risa Asher from Bernie, Ava Ariano from Wimberley, Reagan Reiners from Canyon Lake, Kira Blake from Bandera, Sophia Cara George from Bernie, Catherine Bailey from Bernie, Grayson Nelson from Wimberley, Gemma Thiel from Fredericksburg, Choi Cook.
I'm going to go Zoe.
Zoe Cook from Bandera, apologize. Annie Eilers from Fredericksburg, Amy Rodriguez from Bandera, Abigail Stark from Davenport, Riley Mock from Wimberley, Aiden Purdom from Canyon Lake, Elizabeth Connolly from Navarro, Brooklyn Bray from Wimberley, Athena Sorensen from Davenport, Julia Freeman from Bandera, Danica Montoya from Navarro, Estrella Guerra from Davenport, Dariana Mendoza from Bandera, Haley Horner from Navarro, Sadie Azua from Davenport, and Trinity Shepard from Canyon Lake. That is your JV girls 1,600-meter run lineup. And like you said, there's a lot of them. There's about 30 entrants. It's actually less than that because they do skip some numbers. They skip 10s and 20s. So there's about 29, 28 girls that are going to be running the 1,600-meter run here tonight at the District 27 meet. Junior varsity will fire it up first. This will be a little bit longer race.
George Rome was just happy he was on the big screen.
He's happy.
Grilling burgers.
He's a happy man. He is.
I'm going to text him. Can you save Jared and I one of those?
Yeah, just have him send them up. Just say, hey, go ahead and take the burgers up to the top right now. We got 1,600-meter run. We're gonna have about 5 minutes in between this to get going. So
exactly.
1,600-meter run set to start at 8:20. So again, about
a little bit ahead of schedule.
5 minutes away, but they usually try to get them fired up and to the line about 3 minutes ahead. So we'll keep it here. Let's go through a couple scores for our field events from the finals. We've talked already about the girls and boys pole vault, and let's go to the shot put results for girls junior varsity. Junior varsity girls shot. There were 2 flights in it. Your victor, Brindle Wolf from Fredericksburg, the freshman, 31-1 in the junior varsity girls shot put. Annie Sindline from Fredericksburg, the freshman as well, 30-foot, 3.25 inches. Kaylee Thomas from Navarro at 28.8, and J.C. Tribes from Fredericksburg, 28.525. Your girls shot put top 4 in the junior varsity. For the boys junior varsity shot put, again, 2 flights in that one. Making sure because pole vault is in the middle there. Junior varsity boys, Noah Bloomquist, he won the discus for the junior varsity. 43.65 for the sophomore from Bernie. In first place, Wesley Williams, the freshman from Davenport, 39'1". In third place, Josh Hughley, the sophomore from Wimberley, with a 39-1, for Wesley Williams, 38-1 for Josh Hughley. Cody Phillips, the sophomore, at a 37-10.25. That is your top 4 for the boys junior varsity shot put. Going back now up to the top for girls varsity shot put. Starting off there, only 1 flight on that one. Madison Wright from Fredericksburg, the junior, 38 9 inches. Reese Sagebeal with the junior from Fredericksburg, 38.5, so only 4 inches separating first and second there. Ella Scrum from Bernie, the freshman, 34.375, and Francis Vega Serrano, the senior from Davenport, 34.15. That is your girls.
That's 20 points for the Fredericksburg girls varsity right there just in shot put.
Boys shot put varsity scores. Jackson LeBouillet from Wimberley, the senior, 46 feet 7.75 inches. Logan Scrum from Bernie, the junior, 44'11.25. Rhett Ayala, the freshman from Fredericksburg, 44'2". And Keegan Fisher, the senior from Bernie, 43'10.75. That is your district champion for the Wimberley Texans, Jackson LeBouillet, in the boys shot put. 1,600-meter run, just about ready to go. You can see them down there. There is a bunch of them. A whole slew of 1,600-meter runners for the junior varsity level. Girls, 1,600 meters. No prelims on this one. We talked about it earlier. 3,200-meter ran in the finals yesterday. A.J. Hanley took the victory in the boys for the boys 1,600-meter. Both of those finals, again, were done yesterday. So girls 1,600 just about to get underway. The girls varsity, I don't know if I announced the girls varsity. I don't think I did. 3,200-meter. The 2-mile was Cadence Patterson of Canyon Lake took the victory with a 10.50 .66. Girls 1600 is off. They're ready to go. 4 laps around the track for 1,600 meters and 1 mile on the dot. Anna Claire Kopp from Fredericksburg was second place in the varsity girls 3,200 meter with an 11 minute 40 second 33, or 11 minutes 40 seconds and 33. Madeline Reagan in third from Davenport. Eleanor Davis from Bernie. That's your top 4 for your varsity girls. Cadence Patterson with a district championship at the 3,200 meter run. Pace being set early. As you can see, your camera's so wide you can't even get a full view of everybody. Going to go ahead and give you the heads up. With
we got no
around
clue.
30 girls, I got no clue who's out there.
Clue.
We'll try to get it as it comes through on what teams they are and where they're at, just to let you know what teams are out in front. But right now we're just trying to figure out who is who, per se.
Looks like
Fredericksburg is out in front, followed by Bernie, and then Fredericksburg in third place as well. A couple of Bernie Greyhounds sitting right behind them. So it's Fredericksburg and Bernie really out in the top 6 right now, keeping the pace up. First lap coming to a conclusion here. Split's going to be right at about 122.
It's a good first lap split right there for Fredericksburg. And again, 4 out of the top 5 right now, all from Fredericksburg.
Girls 1,600 meters. We're only 500 meters in, and Fredericksburg is starting to stretch the lead out just a little bit more. The pace is a good one so far. Minute 22 on the first lap for the Fredericksburg Battling Billies. Already about a 60-meter stretch out between first and last. More than that, actually, as I look back, about 80 meters now.
Almost 100. Almost 100 meters.
Within the second lap, that's a pretty quick one.
Yeah, the young lady from Fredericksburg really coasting right now. Really smooth stride.
I believe it's Ella Lamoureux, by the way, or Laro, I'm sorry, out in the lead. Valeria Ramirez behind her. Risa Asher of Bernie, I believe, is in second place.
And again, top 7 positions, all Fredericksburg or Bernie, it looks like.
As they come across here on lap 2, 250 and a half for our leader from Fredericksburg. Now well over 100 meters stretching out between first and last. Good lead right here for Ella.
5th, Chris Gloria, Fredericksburg. 4th, Cameron Llewellyn, Bernie. 3rd, John Rojas, Fredericksburg. 2nd, Victor Artiega, Fredericksburg. And in first place with a throw of 123 feet.
They're keeping the good pace, too, right here, Darren.
Yeah, they have really solid, smooth pace for the top 3 to 5 athletes out there competing in this race. And really, the leader, Ella, has not slowed down a bit. She looks really strong.
Right in the middle, right there, Valeria Ramirez, and I believe that's Risa Asher sitting in the second, third, right there in the screen on the back side, trying to fight for that second, third place. Ella still out in first. And that is Ella LaRue out in first. She is got card number 1. Valeria Ramirez making a move a little bit now. Third lap just about completed here for the 1,600 meter. And Valeria Ramirez, second and third, starting to slowly catch up now to Ella LaRue.
4:25 going into the bell lap for Ella LaRue. And that's solid JV time right there through 3 laps.
LaRue still in the lead, coming down up towards the final 300 meters. Valeria may be the one to beat right here.
Yeah, she
looks
really strong.
We saw her earlier in the 800, and she was very strong late And I would bet that that's going to be one. Both Fredericksburg and Bernie starting to catch up now on the backside here with only about 250 meters left.
Yeah, Risa Asher looking strong, too, in that third position.
Looks like it's a 1-2-3 finish down there in fourth place. I can't see who that is, but a little bit of a kick coming in. But this one looks like Valeria Ramirez is trying to run down her teammate Ella LaRue, and she's going to catch her. About 180 meters to go. Valeria is going to take over Ella. Talked about the late push that we saw Valeria with that 800 meter. And this is one of those two that these two may push each other. Now Ella knowing that Valeria is out in front of her, they may try to push each other all the way here in this junior varsity 1600 to a first and second. Valeria and Ella sitting in first. Risha down in third place. Valeria with a great kick late on, 5:50, trying to get under the 6-minute mile right here. 5:54, 5:55 coming across. It will be the Fredericksburg Billies going 1-2. It is Valeria Ramirez, Ella LaRue, and in third place coming across. We'll see if indeed that was Risa Asher or if I had the name completely incorrect. There's always that chance.
Well, really strong race by both the Battling Billies there, finishing 1 and 2. Ella LaRue, really strong race from start to finish. Just got overtaken by her teammate, Valeria Ramirez, just with a really strong kick down that last 125 meters.
They are showing that is not Risa Asher. That was Juliana Gonzalez of Davenport. Looked like a Bandera Bulldog or a Bernie Greyhound.
Bernie Greyhound, yeah, looked purple to me.
But Juliana Gonzalez, so.
Apologies to Juliana if
yes,
that's the case.
Yeah, that may get changed. We'll see if that is correct or not. But a great race. Valeria Ramirez takes the victory. Ella LaRue in second place. We'll see if there's an update on that one. Try to bring it back to you just to verify that later on. Risa Asher is showing down in 8th place. So my apologies to Juliana Gonzalez if indeed that is the case. So under 6 minutes for both of the Fredericksburg Battling Billies that were in the top two. Still look like some adjustments being made to the scores, though, as it's not off of our screen yet. So finalized is still waiting to be completed, we'll call. See if they bump. I see Catherine Bailey now moving around a little bit. That could have been Catherine Bailey rather than Risa Asher.
In between. Oh.
It is Sophia Caragorge.
There you
Caragorge, my fault. That is not Risha. That is Sophia Caragorge, who ended up in third place. So Sophia from Bernie, in fact, is the 6-minute .854. Sophia Caragorge, fantastic job. We were saying it was Risa. It is not. Sophia Caragorge in third for the JV. She gets the bronze here in the junior varsity girls 1,600-meter run. JV boys coming up. Not as big as a heat for the JV boys, but still a big one. They are already taking the track in lane, not in lane 1. These aren't going to be in any lanes. Alfredo Rodriguez from Fredericksburg. Clay Hugo from Canyon Lake. Philemon Quintero from Bandera. Ethan Christensen from Bernie. Ivan Kopp from Fredericksburg. Hunter Prince from Bernie. Christian Olvera from Fredericksburg. Zach Gooden from Bandera. Nate Rogers from Davenport. Julian Wassel from Bernie. Ben Macias from Bernie. Chase Brown from Davenport. Aiden Sarver from Bandera. Julius DeLeon from Navarro. Jordan Ruiz from Wimberley. And Robert Leal from Navarro. That is your 16 runners here for the junior varsity boys 1,600 meter. And the final is been announced. It is Sophia Caragorge. So congratulations to Fredericksburg and Bernie on 1-2-3 finish in the girls junior varsity. Nope, I'm lying to you. There's a back page.
But yeah.
Sorry about it.
Yeah, but they're going to run them all together.
They're going to run. So there is a section 2 that is on another page of the boys 1,600 meter. Brian Martin from Davenport. Jack Malone from Wimberley. Travis Sleggers from Canyon Lake. Ross DeCuffa from Wimberley. Keaton Sarver from Bandera. Graham Hatch from Davenport. Taliesin Ledoux from Canyon Lake. Emilio Salazar from Navarro. Jacob Tuma from Bandera. Kyle Stovall from Davenport. Aiden Sixtos from Bandera. Joshua Krause from Navarro, Colin Mayer from Navarro, Caleb Duffick from Navarro, Dylan Stevenson from Bernie, and Nicholas Glessner from Bernie. And this race is already underway, so we are well over 30 people again in the junior varsity boys 1,600 meter, as we were in the junior varsity girls, out to an early lead, the Bernie Greyhounds.
Are you going to guess at this?
I have no clue.
You can see that number.
Yeah, I can't. It's hard to kind of see it a little bit.
But the Bernie Greyhounds are setting the pace in the JV boys 1,600 meters, off to a really, really fast start.
Yep.
Followed closely by Fredericksburg.
I was going to say a big group of them sit there in that 4th and 5th, and kind of pace being changed a little bit now coming up from the 3rd place side. The runner from Fredericksburg, I believe, starting to try to reset the pace. Now some pressure going up for the Bernie, overtaking the lead after the first 600. Or 500 now. I always love the 1,600 meter and the 3,200 meter. It's the only race that you see the guys look down and look at their watches to see what their split was and what their runs were and everything else.
I get it, yeah. And I always say they cost themselves a couple seconds starting their stopwatch on their wrist and stopping their stopwatch on their wrist as they're finishing the race. I've always found that interesting when there's time going on the scoreboard. Why they need a wristwatch, but what do I know? Yeah,
I don't run the 1,600,
race,
so I won't judge you.
Yeah.
Fredericksburg out in the lead in first place right now.
I do recall a junior high track meet where one young man, won't say what school he was from, kept sniffing the hamburgers as he passed by the grill every time. He'd turn around and look at the hamburgers and smell the smoke coming off the grill.
Alfredo Rodriguez out in first, Hunter Prince down in second, Ivan Kopp, it appears, in third place for Fredericksburg. So 1, 5, and 4 on your mile split is who is out in first, second, and third place right now in the boys 1,600 meters.
2:25, 2 minutes 25 seconds at the end of the second lap for the leader.
Alfredo Rodriguez continuing to stretch his lead out. Hunter Prince was card 5. You can see as we ran through just a moment ago who the leaders were.
You want to do triple jump results? Have we done that yet?
We have not done triple. Oh, yeah, we did.
Is that the last one?
I think we did triple jump.
We did long jump. I know that we did long jump.
I don't remember what we did, to be honest with you. That was like 3.5 hours ago, bud. That was a long time ago. Let me see where we're at right here with shot put. Nope, we have not done triple jump. So girls junior varsity triple jump as Alfredo Rodriguez comes around here in the second lap. Rodriguez still in the lead.
Yeah, by about 40 meters over second place, Bernie right now.
And in Ethan Christensen moving up to third place. Now back on the outside is Ivan Kopp coming back into it. A little pace from Ivan Kopp trying to bring it back up. Christensen passing him up now. And Hunter Prince dropping back as well. So Fredericksburg now with Alfredo Rodriguez and Ivan Kopp in the top 2. Let's talk about our JV girls triple jump. Bailey Witten from Wimberley with a victory in the junior varsity. The sophomore with a 31.6 jump. In second place, Dakota Hart, the freshman from Davenport, with a 31.6 jump. But I guess Bailey did it in less jumps. I don't know how you do it in less jumps from there. But Nora Shesso, 30 foot 10 inches in third place from Fredericksburg. So that's your top 3. Evelyn Carpenter from Wimberley and Samantha Carruthers in 5th from Wimberley. So good points out of Wimberley for that, 19 total points. So good things from the junior varsity girls in the triple jump. Junior varsity boys in the triple jump went like this. One flight, it was Joseph Roberts, the freshman from Wimberley, 40 foot 4 inches in second. Jovan Rogers from Davenport, the freshman, 40 foot 2 inches. Third place, Mason Cleckley, 39 foot 3 inches. The sophomore, Jace Morales, in fourth. The sophomore with a 37.10. And we have our final coming in. Alfredo Rodriguez will take the 1,600 meter from Fredericksburg. A great job as he is actually going to end up lapping a runner here in the District 27. 4:55 flat for Alfredo Rodriguez. And he is your junior varsity champion. Chase Brown from Davenport with a late push with a 5:50.51 will be your second place. Hunter Prince comes back with a 5:02.911. Ivan Kopp stays up there, 5:07.249. That's your top 4 for your junior varsity boys 1,600 meter. Congratulations to Fredericksburg and Alfredo Rodriguez. He is the JV district champion in the boys 1,600 meters, and he ran a good one.
He did. I mean, kind of let everybody else set the pace for the first 2 laps, and then he came on strong right about the last 50 meters of lap number 2, takes that lead and never lets go of it, and finished strong down the stretch with a good kick. Congrats to Alfredo for a district championship on the JV boys.
Still wrapping up here as there's still some finishers coming in. As we mentioned, there was over 30 people in the junior varsity boys 1,600 meters. So JV boys triple jump we talked about just a moment ago. Let's move it on to the varsity girls triple jump, and I have to go back up a couple swings here as they don't put them in the same thing. Girls varsity triple jump, Bailey Gold, your district champion, the senior from Wimberley, 36 foot 11.75 inches. In second place is Isabella Pettit, the freshman from Bernie, 36 foot 6 inches. Third place, Addie Shesso from Fredericksburg, 36.6. And Ava Stewie in fourth place, 35.6, the junior from Fredericksburg. So Fredericksburg taking 2 of the top and 10 points in that one as well. So good job from the girls' triple jump side. Wimberley Texans taking the district title there. And your final boys triple jump on your field events. In first, Gianna Evans-Williams takes the boys triple jump. The senior from Davenport, 43.2. Nolan White tied the 43.2. However, second place for the junior from Wimberley. Third place, Jack Whittington at 41.8. And fourth place, Jay Lynch from Wimberley, the senior, at 41.1. So top 4, two of them are Texans, 12 points to the Wimberley Texans. But your champion in District 27, Gianna Evans-Williams of Davenport, Texas, the senior, or Davenport High School, not Davenport, Texas. So a good job there for Davenport as we get ready for our varsity girls 1,600 meters. Not as many in the varsity section, which is nice. I don't have to go completely crazy with the names. Cadence Patterson, talked about her in the 3,200. Ann Claire Kopp from Fredericksburg. Cadence Patterson from Canyon Lake. Madeline Reagan from Davenport. Eleanor Davis from Bernie. Anna Munoz from Fredericksburg. Olivia Bounds from Davenport. Madeline Kovar from Fredericksburg. Adelaide Rolls from Wimberley. Whitley Leonard from Wimberley. Kira Sawyer from Bernie. Avery Heim from Canyon Lake. Kirsten Brown from Bandera. Quinn Jennings from Wimberley. Carly Nickum from Bandera. Kelsey Farrar from Bernie. Serenity Reyes from Navarro. And Eva Zeberchenko. I butchered this name. It's Zeberchenko.
Really?
Zeberchenko, I think is what it is. Or Sinchu. Zebersinchu, I believe is the name. Eva, I actually talked to Eva.
I'm going to trust you on that one.
Yes. I talked to her. She was like, nobody ever gets my name right. I remember that. So I believe it's Eva Zebersinchu. And if not, we're going to roll with that anyway.
We'll roll with it. We'll roll with it.
Girls.
Hopefully her parents are here and not listening to us.
Yeah. I
so
probably butchered her name 6 times right now. And
so 1,600 meter varsity girls, top 4 qualify for area meet next week. Look for Ann Claire Kopp from Fredericksburg, really outstanding runner, and Cadence Patterson, Canyon Lake. Those are 2 to look for in this race. Man, this is going to be a good one because I've seen a couple of these girls run before earlier in the year, and there's some solid competitors in this event.
Yeah, those are definitely your top 2. Cadence Patterson took the 3,200 meter with a 10:50.66. Anna Claire Kopp took the second place in the 3,200 with an 11:40, so about 10 seconds better for Cadence Patterson, but it's a mile less than that. So one of them may have a little bit later kick or a little earlier kick. We'll see what it is, but Patterson and Anna Claire Kopp definitely 2 to watch for in this heat. They're card numbers 1 and 2.
And after the mile run, after this event, the boys run, we'll get you updated team standings going into the mile relay, the 4x4 relay, to give you an update on who is going to win a district title tonight at all divisions.
So the 1,600 girls varsity meter is underway. They'll start waterfalling down towards the lane 1 now. Big distance put out there. I believe that is Cadence Patterson out in front.
With a strong start and then a bunch, about 8 to 10 girls jam-packed right there in the middle of the race. Really strong start.
So good push from Patterson. That is Cadence Patterson out in front. Fredericksburg, that is Anna Claire Kopp in 2, as well as Madeline Reagan and a host more of athletes. Anna Munoz, Olivia Bounds, all in that group of those ones you just talked about, kind of about, 40 meters behind, 30 meters behind right now Cadence Patterson, who is creating a very quick pace.
Yeah, I got to see her run earlier in a meet, and just really impressive, very physical runner.
Only event left after the 1,600-meter run. It's the 4x400, the mile relay they call it. It's the one that everybody comes for. Cadence Patterson trying to make this the event that everybody loves. She's got about a 40-meter lead right now over second and third. Anna Claire Kopp in that group behind them, along with Madeline Reagan and Eleanor Davis. Anna Munoz as well from Fredericksburg.
Man, impressive. This is almost 2 laps in, and she's got at least a 40-meter lead right here, and just hard to even get the next runner on the screen with the camera.
Excellent, excellent pace right here for Cadence Patterson. Like I said, nobody even in the screen just yet. And now it pops up Anna Claire Kopp, followed by Madeline Reagan. Anna Munoz sitting there in the 6th spot. Olivia Bounds up there as well as Madeline Kovar. Cadence Patterson already around the start-finish line. And you're still seeing some girls come across the zone 3 there.
Yeah, and through 2 laps, she was at about that 2:25 mark, same as the JV boys. So really running a really strong race at a really good pace, and she looks like she's picked up a little bit on the pace, Jared.
Anna Claire Kopp has picked up as well with Madeline Reagan right off of her hip. Down the back stretch goes Cadence Patterson. A lot of stretching, and you're starting to see the teams for the 400-meter or 4x400-meter relay start warming up in the infield. Some of the shots, you'll see them getting their legs stretched out. We saw them earlier kind of getting the batons, getting ready to work the passes. That's obviously, we saw it earlier in the junior varsity, one of the most important things.
It is.
Patterson still out to a big lead here.
It's the best race in track, in my opinion, and I had 2 kids that ran that event, and one at the varsity level. But it's just, as a parent, it's nerve-wracking, and it's exciting, and it's just it's so much fun to watch.
Eleanor Davis followed by Olivia Bounds and Anna Munoz now coming across, and a little bit of a push right here coming up from Anna Kopp, separating, trying to run down Cadence Patterson. Anna Claire Kopp removing from Madeline Reagan in that 2nd place, starting to stretch out a little bit. Still a big lead, though, for Cadence Patterson, the young lady who is from Canyon Lake. Kind of the favorite coming into this one. We talked about her and Anna Claire being probably the 2 favorites, 1st and 2nd in the 3,200-meter as well.
Yeah, this is impressive, man. She is really striding out and gotten stronger as the race has gone on. And Ann Claire Kopp is really finishing strong as well. She's coming around this last curve, and she's picked up the pace herself.
Now coming right towards the final 100 meters for Cadence Patterson. Just now crossing the numbers. Cadence Patterson is going to take the victory here in the varsity girls 1,600-meter run. 4:55. She'll be just over 5 minutes. Anna Claire Kopp now rounding into the last 100. Madeline Reagan coming in 3rd place. Patterson takes the victory just over 5 minutes, 5:03 and change. Anna Claire Kopp now 50 meters left to go. She'll be in 2nd place. Madeline Reagan will be in 3rd place. And so 1, 2, 3 We'll go to Patterson, Kopp, and Reagan. Patterson of Canyon Lake, Fredericksburg's Anna Claire Kopp, and Madeline Reagan. 5:02.894 for Cadence Patterson. Anna Claire with 5:17.473. Madeline Reagan with a 5:22.189. 1, 2, 3 is that. Fourth is Eleanor Davis. So Eleanor Davis from Bernie will get the fourth spot at 5:29.016. Girls varsity district champion from Canyon Lake. She took 3,200 meter. She is your 1,600 meter champion too, and that's Cadence Patterson. Congratulations.
No doubt. She's got a chance. You know, she's running close to a sub 5-minute 1,600 meters. That is really impressive chance, you know, with those kinds of times to even go lower when she's pushed a little bit in area and in regionals to go to state. Man, I can't see anybody beating her.
Yeah, that is a solid time as they continue to come wrapping up our 1,600 meter run now. Boys varsity 1,600 meters will come up next for us as they go ahead and take the track now. Derek Adams from Fredericksburg, A.J. Hanley from Wimberley, Barrett Crofett from Bernie, Aaron Garcia from Bernie, Karsten Bain from Bernie, Ethan Liu from Navarro, Leighton. I thought that was Herman, but it's not. It's Leighton Heman from Canyon Lake, Elijah Lafayette Bliss from Davenport, Tristan Schenk from Canyon Lake, Ruben Ruiz Palacios from Bandera, Blake Reagan from Davenport, Jake Vidrio from Davenport, Brennan Ramsey from Wimberley, and Ryan Alvarez from Canyon Lake, your 14 runners for the boys varsity 1,600 meter. For the 3,200 meter, we go back to what ended up being literally a photo finish with A.J. Hanley and Karsten Bain.
Yeah, I put a star next to Karsten Bain earlier. He's wearing the number 5 on his Bernie uniform tonight, and he was second place, but not by much, to A.J. Hanley for Wimberley in the 3,200. So we'll see what kind of stamina they have in the 1,600. And can they stretch it out, and who can have that kick down the stretch?
Heading up to the waterfall, and they are off on the 1,600 meters. Hanley in the solid red shirt. Karsten Bain and Hanley look like they get out to an early lead. They battled back and forth in the 3,200. We'll see if that is definitely Hanley in fourth place for Wimberley, out in the early lead for the Texans. Hanley now in the third, fourth place position. Strong pace here in the mile.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, they're all right there in a pack.
Brennan Ramsey will be the Wimberley Texan who is out in the lead actually right now. Navarro Panthers in second place. Bernie, A.J. Hanley on the outside. So 2 Wimberley, 2 Bernie, and a Navarro Panther will be in the lead in the top 4 after the first 400.
In a 69, 109 first lap. Pretty solid pace to start.
Barrett Crofett, I believe, is one of the Bernie Greyhounds up in the top. A.J. Hanley. And A.J. starting to take the lead now. You see A.J. Hanley starting to work his way back up towards the front. He's going to reset the pace.
Alfredo Rodriguez, district champion in the junior varsity boys 1,600 meter run.
And all 15 participants are really pushing it and staying up as much as they can, as long as they can with that pack.
So really at this point right now, there's about 8 of them sitting up at the top that are all one move away from taking the lead. A.J. Hanley creating the pace right here. Right behind A.J. Hanley is Aaron Garcia, as well is number 6, Ethan Liu. That's your first, second, and third. Brennan Ramsey has dropped back for Wimberley.
And here comes Karsten Bain on the outside.
Karsten Bain trying to move up. Liu now moves back up into that second place. Hanley still in first place from Wimberley.
Little jockeying going on the curve there, trying to, you know, you don't want to try to pass on the curve, want to do that on the straightaway. So they were trying to really force themselves to the inside of the track before they got to the curve.
Karsten Bain does look like he's worked his way back up there. Him and Hanley neck and neck in that first place here in the 1,600 meters. We are a little less than 2.5 laps in.
There's so much congestion right there in those top 5 runners, Jared. There's a lot of contact going on there. A couple trips of feet. Nothing intentional, just a lot of physicality, a lot of strategy in this race. They're trying to get to that inside when they get that curve.
And you kind of see Hanley drop back right there and kind of take a little bit of the high road, drop back, now move towards the outside. Up in first, it is Barrett Crowfoot.
Yeah, now here's where he hits the straightaway, and he goes to the outside. We'll see how they get back in before they get to that curve.
Crowfoot, Derek Adams, A.J. Hanley. A.J. Hanley now taking back towards the lead on the outside. Karsten Bain. Final lap, 3:33 about on the split for the third lap here in this final heat. Pushing away a little bit is Bernie. A.J. Hanley off to his side. That's Crowfoot, I believe, with A.J. Hanley. Karsten Bain to his right.
What a race from these top 5. Top 6, man, they're all right there.
Yeah.
Anybody
top
can make
4
a move.
going to area right here. This is going to be a big one coming up for all of these young men. Boys varsity 1,600 meter, 200 meters left out of 1,600. They've already 1,400 down. The most important 200 yet to come. We'll see who's got the energy to do it. Coming around the 300 stretch, I believe it's Crowfoot out in front. It is Barrett Crowfoot out in front. Hanley on the outside making a move for Wimberley. Can Crowfoot last it? Derek Adams for Fredericksburg on the right-hand side. Bain as well. It will be at the finish line. It will be Crowfoot, A.J. Hanley, and it looks like Derek Adams as well will be your 1, 2, and 3. 435.53 for Barrett Crowfoot. A.J. Hanley at a 435.62, and Derek Adams 435.764, all the way down to fourth place with Aaron Garcia, a 435.835. Literally 0.3 seconds, a little over 0.3 from first to fourth place in the 1,600.
And the best part of it is we get to see all of them run again next week and compete in that same way, because that was impressive. Top 4 finishers, all with 435s.
Good stuff
What a race.
In the boys 1,600 meter. Congratulations to Barrett Crowfoot and Crowfoot. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing that correctly. Arlen Hanley from Wimberley in the second place. Derek Adams in third, and Aaron Garcia. Barrett Crowfoot from Bernie is your district champion in the varsity boys 1,600 meter. And we are down to the final race, getting it ready. 4x400 meter relay. Junior varsity girls will get us started. This one is the one that everybody comes and watch for. There's a reason they put it at the very end. This is a fun race. Little bit of time delay as this is a 9 o'clock start. It's only 8:52.
Yeah, this is where, I mean, I love this event. I love this race. There's so much strategy involved. A lot of times you'll see coaches that'll put their fastest runners first and fourth. And sometimes they'll even go 1, 2, 3, try to get off to that big lead and try to hold on and maybe put not the fastest runner at the anchor, but just try to get off to a big lead and really hold on to that lead with that fourth anchor leg. But this is what it's all about. And hey, let's do this while we're waiting for JV girls to start. What are the JV girls standings right now going into this event? Because this could determine positioning for the district championship.
It very well could. Team standings. Junior varsity girls, it will not. Fredericksburg is going to be your district champions with a total of 170 points. However, it could make a little wiggle in the middle of that. Wimberley Texans will take your second, 147. And third will be Davenport with 132 for your junior varsity girls. This will not change that in any which way. Your JV boys, however, 146. The Davenport Wolves will be the champions of your junior varsity boys for Wimberley. Second place at 127. Bernie and Bendare. Oh, here we go. We've got a little mix-up. Third, fourth, and fifth in the junior varsity boys only separated by 4 total points. Bernie at 80, Bandera at 77, and Fredericksburg at 76. Your third place will definitely be decided in junior varsity boys from this one. So whoever's going to get the bronze medal for junior varsity. For the varsity girls, Fredericksburg Battling Billies have already taken the victory, 138. Davenport and Wimberley, 4 points separated, 101-97. The separation between Davenport and Wimberley. So another situation where you could see either one of those moving up into the second place. Fredericksburg's already got the lead taken care of for that one. On the girls, Fredericksburg, Davenport, Wimberley, Bernie, your top 4 in your varsity girls. For varsity boys, Bernie has got the victory, the district championship at 163. Wimberley, all of those just changed.
Oh, that was before the 1600? That was before the 1600. We jumped the gun.
Somebody just jumped all of my numbers. It's not going to change as far as the varsity girls numbers because they had run already. So those were varsity boys. Bernie at 179 has got the victory. Wimberley at 143. They have locked up second place already. Fredericksburg will be third at 96. Davenport at 83 in fourth place. That's your varsity boys final standings for that. The results or the points will change, but the standings will not change in those. So the only one we have the opportunity to see a difference in right here is your JV boys, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Who will take home the 3rd place? Will it be Bernie Bandera or Fredericksburg? So that's one to watch for as the JV girls get set up on the start line. They're going to start this one early. Lane assignments for JV girls, 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, it'll be Bandera. 2, Fredericksburg. 3, Bernie. 4, Canyon Lake. 4, Navarro. 6, Wimberley. 7, Davenport. That is your 1 through 7 for your JV girls 4x400. And we talked earlier, was it I'm trying to remember if it was JV girls on the open quarter, their times, making sure that we remembered who exactly that was. Now I've completely forgotten, my friend, and decided that I just don't want to use my brain anymore because we've been on the air for 4 hours. Junior varsity girls results were Haley Petty and Jaslyn Kearney in the top 4, and that was actually for Canyon Lake. Lizzie Vasquez-Hartman and Aaron Rose in the top 4 for the Davenport Wolves, along in the 5th place with Camila Vega Serrano. And if I look at the Davenport Wolves, I see Lizzie Vasquez-Hartman, Aaron Rose, and the anchor leg, 1st and 4th, like you said earlier.
Yep.
2 different, River Gomez, and so Camila Vega Serrano not in there. For the Canyon Lake Hawks, we do not have the 400 open quarter champion. Haley Petty is not running it. Jaslyn Kearney is running the 3rd leg. So,
okay. All right.
Interesting to see. Hopefully everything okay with Haley or Hallie. I'm not sure which one it is, actually. We'll go with Haley Hallie.
And Kinsey Rothbard for Wimberley got what in the open 400?
Kinsey Rothbard in 5th place was Camila Vega Serrano. In 6th place was Riley Lelaney. In 7th place was Brenna Wegger. Rothbard did not run the open quarter, it doesn't appear.
Well, what was it? She did well in something earlier. So Brenna Wegger did run it. So we've got 2 400 runners from Wimberley.
So becoming set up right here for Kinsey Rothbard was the 200-meter dash champion.
That's what it was. Okay.
Our producer / statistician,
Man,
Jordan Wink, comes clutch with the video over here. He's Rothbard with a 200-meter victory. So
we need him up here during football broadcasts.
Listen, if we could just take this whole booth and kick everybody else out, we'd be good.
We'll put Joe Smith over there in the small booth.
I'm telling you right now, I got camera. This looks like a space station in here for me.
It's impressive, man. It is impressive.
Again, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again before we start our final one of the day. Special thanks to Wimberley ISD for being able to host here on the Wimberley ISD YouTube page. Greg, Asa on our cameras all night long, bringing you the shots that they bring you. And we are underway, the 4x400 meter girls junior varsity kind of dark around the corners here from the press box, so we'll see if we can't catch up on
like
the top
Wimberley
side.
making up the stagger already on the outside in the 6th lane. And then in lane 3, I believe, is Bernie, who's made up the stagger on lane 4.
Yep, Canyon Lake up there as well. We'll see. Wimberley with a good lead right now up there in lane 6. Still a lot of race left here in the open quarter for Wimberley. Ileana Agobe. For Davenport, it's Lizzie Vasquez Hartman. As they come around the corner, it is lane 6. It's the Wimberley Texans. Ileana Agobe with a good run here right off the bat. Canyon Lake in lane 4. Kaden Okonis. She will have the baton to hand off in 2nd place. Davenport in 3rd. Lizzie Vasquez Hartman, mentioned her name a moment ago. Wimberley will have the first handoff. Not much behind is Canyon Lake.
Bad handoff for Wimberley. Canyon Lake had a really smooth handoff transition there on the exchange and makes up a little bit of that stagger there. They'll start to cut in right here at the first 100.
Yep, after the first 100, they will start trickling down into lane 1. There's the fall down, and it is the Wimberley Texans out in front. Canyon Lake Hawks in 2nd place. Fredericksburg in 3rd, it appears. That's Maddie Moore trying to make up some ground on Canyon Lake. For the Texans, out that is Kinsey Rothbard, the 2nd leg for the Texans. Mentioned it just a minute ago, the 200-meter champion here today in District 27. Now coming down.
Really good 1st and 2nd leg for Wimberley and for Canyon Lake.
And that is not Kinsey Rothbard, by the way. That is Ileana Agobe.
They switch it up on us.
They switched us up all the time. Why do I even have a paper? Maddie Moore from Fredericksburg with a fantastic push.
Impressive.
Closing out her leg of the 4x4. Great job. Canyon Lake will be in 3rd. Fredericksburg will get the baton 2nd. Wimberley, Fredericksburg, Canyon Lake, your top 3 right now in this women's or junior varsity 4x400.
Closing the gap, Fredericksburg on the 3rd leg here, in Canyon Lake coming up strong from 3rd to overtake maybe Fredericksburg after the first 100 meters.
What a great stretch. Wimberley getting sucked in a little bit right here from Fredericksburg and Canyon Lake both. Neck and neck, top 3 down the back stretch here. One more leg to go, 200 yards left. Wimberley has got Brinley Simpson out there. That is not Brinley, by the way, just in case you were curious.
No, it's not.
Believe that may be Brenna. Starting to separate a little bit now. Fredericksburg coming up on the outside of Canyon Lake, passing it by. So it's Wimberley, Fredericksburg, Canyon Lake in the top 3. They're all bundled up. Fredericksburg looking to take the lead here going into the last leg. Brenna trying to fight it off. Fredericksburg will take it going into the last one. That was Danica Ochoa with a great lap. Danica will hand it off. The final one. Brinley will take the last one from Wimberley. For Fredericksburg, it will be Nora Shesso. The JV title is on the line. Brenna Simpson and Nora going at it. Canyon Lake dropped back a little bit, about 40 meters behind. They're at the top 100. Still, Brinley Simpson has now taken the lead in the pink shoes for Wimberley. Stretched it out to about 10 meters now. 3:42 into this race, and Brinley Simpson running a anchor leg that she dreamed of right now here for a district championship. She is leaving Nora Shesso.
Canyon Lake coming up from that 3 spot, too, looking really strong on their anchor leg, Jared. Trying
Brinley
to push.
slowing down a little bit right here in the last 100,
this is where the
though.
monkey jumps on the back. This is a tough stretch. You got to gut it out here all the way home.
Fredericksburg making the move. Brinley trying to fight it off. Nora will pass her on the outside. Brinley will give it everything she's got. Canyon Lake trying to stay in the 3rd place or fight up to the 2nd. Nora, it'll be Fredericksburg, Wimberley, and Canyon Lake on a great race here to start off the 4x400 meter. Brinley Simpson falls to the ground, gave it everything she got. The Texans end up in 2nd place. And great start to our 4x400. Fredericksburg ran a 4:24.77. Wimberley with a 4:26.1. And the Canyon Lake Hawks with a 4:26.9. That is your top 3 in your junior varsity 4x400 meter relay.
Well, great race by all 3 of those teams from start to finish. They were right there, all 3 of them with a chance to to push forward for the win, and congrats to Fredericksburg, the Battling Billies. They'll take home the 4x400 JV title as well as the team title. Congrats to Fredericksburg.
And here we go with the JV boys. This is the one that could make a difference. This JV boys, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We talked about it just a minute ago. What would be the one that ends up making a difference? It's going to be JV boys. Bernie in 3rd with 80 points. Bandera in 4th with 77. And Fredericksburg in 5th with 76. So all of them within 4 points of each other. See if we can get a change. Top 2, Fredericksburg has already taken the victory in the junior varsity, Davenport has already taken the victory in the junior varsity boys. Wimberley will have the 2nd place. So we'll see what the results are after the JV boys 4x400. Bernie in lane 1, Fredericksburg in lane 2, the Hawks of Canyon Lake in lane 3, Bandera 4, Navarro 5, Wimberley 6, and Davenport in 7.
And again, a lot of familiar names from earlier races in this race here. And, this is, I know you're running for 3rd, 4th, or 5th place, but you're really trying to get a 3rd place, get a plaque for your school, get a plaque for your team to take home in the JV boys division. And 1st and 2nd place is already sealed up, but you're still competing for something, for some hardware here if you're one of these teams.
Your open quarter champion for your junior varsity boys, Luke Jekyll, not running the mile relay. Max Johnston, the 2nd place, will be in the 3rd leg for the Canyon Lake Hawks on my sheet, which has proven to be inaccurate already in this relay system. So
and for Wimberley, Jace Morales, who's been very impressive in the 200 meters today, and the 4x2 as well, or for sprint relay, and then Landon Hennessy for Wimberley as well.
Yep, Landon Hennessy was 3rd in the open quarter. He will be the start leg for the Texans out of lane 6. Starting to see the crowds get around the bike rack here as they start to cheer on these young men and young women in the 4x400. This is always the race that everybody wants to see.
This is where the dads that have kids that are running move down to the rail to yell at their sons and daughters.
That is exactly right. All the rest of it they don't care about, but the 4x1 and the 4x4 and the 4x2, the relays are important. The gun is up there in the blocks. Junior varsity boys, 4x400 meter. Waiting for the set call. There it is, and we're off. Clean start. All clean starts here today.
Yeah, no false starts in the district meet.
Out early, really an even start throughout. Maybe up in the top lane, a pretty good start for Davenport, but really even all the way through it right now.
Fredericksburg in lane number 2 also making up a stagger on those in front of them. And right in the middle of the track in lane 4, Bandera off to a good start as well.
Yep, Bandera, Canyon Lake trying to make up some room as they come across. Davenport getting moved in. Wimberley starting to move it in lane 6. Nice move from, we talked about Landon Hennessy in lane 6. Now making a move on the outside, getting a pretty good lead. Texans will have the opportunity to hand off first. Still a stagger here in this first handoff. It will be Wimberley with the first handoff, a clean one. Hennessy hands it off to Jace Morales.
53 split for Landon Hennessy right there. Really, really good first leg. Gets his team off to a good start.
And that is also not Jace Morales running right now, just in case you were curious. I believe that's Hunter Kyle.
You're right.
In the junior varsity. So my list is we're not going to use names anymore.
Okay.
115.
We'll just go with Wimberley.
Wimberley's still out in the lead right now.
Bernie looking strong, too, in second. I believe that's Bernie. It could be Fredericksburg.
As they're coming across here for the second leg, it is Bernie in second. Nope, Fredericksburg is in second.
Yep. Making up some ground, too.
3rd place, Canyon Lake. 4th place, Bandera. So first is Wimberley. They will hand it off. Not a big lead from Fredericksburg, though. Really good push towards the end by the Battling Billies. And it's 1-2. Wimberley, Fredericksburg, Bandera, Canyon Lake, 3-4. Junior varsity, boys, 4x400 meters.
And another good split for both the teams right there. 50-50 54 for the Fredericksburg second leg, and a 56 for Wimberley.
Texans starting to stretch a lead up a little bit over the Fredericksburg Battling Billies. See if they can keep it up, though. Coming down zone 3. Wimberley still in the lead. Canyon Lake making up some room on Fredericksburg here towards the backside. Canyon Lake is going to overtake second place and trying to charge in to catch Wimberley for this final handoff. 400 meters left. Wimberley will have a slight lead. Canyon Lake, what a leg it was for the Hawks.
Absolutely.
And it is neck and neck on the backside. I believe this is Jace Morales. And the final leg for the Canyon Lake Hawks, Leighton Hemman is who it says is on there. And they are neck and neck on the backstretch. Who will be able to outlast the other? Wimberley and Canyon Lake. Canyon Lake has taken over the Texans. Down the backstretch, coming over on turn 3. Canyon Lake continues to stretch it a little bit, but how much is left in the tank? The Hawks trying to make down the backstretch for a district championship for the junior varsity. Wimberley making the move. 70 meters left. Texans, will they get there at the very end? Morales will stretch it out. Wimberley will take the victory. Junior varsity boys 4x400. With a final 80 meters that he'll remember for a long time. The Texans are your district JV champions. 151. That's not right.
I got a
338.533. Canyon Lake at a 338.622.
Yeah, I had Wimberley at a 337, so I was a little bit happy on the trigger, I guess. But a great final split by Jace Morales there. Ran a 53.5 on the final leg, anchor leg for the Wimberley Texans to take home the title. 4x4 champions, Wimberley JV boys.
So Fredericksburg is going to end up in third place with 6 points. Bandera in fourth place, and Bernie in fifth place. So 6, 4, and 3, and let's see what that does to our final standings for our junior varsity boys here. As going into it, the junior varsity boys in third place was Bernie with 80, Bandera 77, Fredericksburg with 76. As we go back to our score, I can't even remember what it was now. I think Bandera may have got them. If did Bandera end up in third on that race? Fourth. So it was Fredericksburg. I think Fredericksburg got them all.
Well, they're going to update it here pretty quick.
Oh, it's going to be changing immediately, and we're on the live side. I think if Bernie held on, they didn't hold on by much. Fredericksburg did get the victory, 3 points. They got an 88. They moved from fifth to third. And Wimberley, somehow, Davenport jumped from a 147 to a 148 in junior varsity boys. I didn't see that. That was I'm going to have a dumb question for you here in a moment, I guess. Is the junior varsity boys worth 20 points? It is.
Yeah, relays are 20. And
there you go.
Yeah.
So the Texans end up in second, 1 point behind the Davenport Wolves.
All right, varsity girls on the track.
Varsity girls 4x400. 2 races left, and it's the big ones. In lane 1, Navarro, 2 Bandera, 3 Wimberley, 4 Fredericksburg, 5 Canyon Lake, 6 Davenport, 7 Bernie. Set line going, we're off. Clean start again all the way around. Navarro down on the bottom. I mean, this doesn't get any more even as they are exactly where they started. Down the back stretch, maybe fall off a little bit for Navarro. Down the back stretch, they continue to really almost keep the exact same splits. Maybe a little bit movement up from the Hawks of Canyon Lake on the back stretch. Out in lane 6 is Davenport, 7 is Bernie on the outside in the pink shoes. Now Bernie slowing down a little bit. Davenport, Canyon Lake moving up as well. The Hawks look like they're going to come around the corner in first place with Davenport.
Addie Laney in lane 3 for Wimberley, too, making a really good, strong finish here for them to try to get the baton handed off first.
So Addie Laney will hand off the baton first, as you'll see the still staggered start. So it will be Wimberley in first. Canyon Lake and really almost Fredericksburg standing there in that second spot. We'll see what it is after they trickle down after the 500 meters.
I had Addie Laney for a 59 split there for Wimberley to hand off that baton first.
Second, third, and fourth all right there. Fredericksburg, Canyon Lake, and Davenport following up behind the first place Wimberley Texans. Jay Duncan. Second, third, and fourth. Canyon Lake now moved up into second. Davenport in third. Fredericksburg dropped back to fourth now. Wimberley still out in the lead coming into zone 3. 4x400 varsity girls. Canyon Lake starting to make up some of the room here in this last 100 meters, possibly getting up to Wimberley. Davenport in 3, Fredericksburg in 4, Navarro in 5, Bandera in 6, Barney in 7.
Man, Canyon Lake and Davenport coming on strong on the second leg.
Davenport with a great push. They're going to lead it after 2. Canyon Lake, then Wimberley. Wimberley, not a great handoff there. So 1, 2, and 3 is Fredericksburg, Canyon Lake, and Wimberley. Now making a move on the outside for the Texans. Samantha Hutchinson fighting back up, Jocelyn for the lead. These three may go at it the whole time. Hutchinson moving on the outside of Davenport, Canyon Lake in third place. For Davenport, the second leg for Davenport, Riley Reisdorf, absolutely phenomenal last 80 meters for Riley.
Absolutely. When she hit that straightaway, Jared, she really kicked it in gear.
Canyon Lake still sitting in the third place. That's Cadence Patterson. That is not Cadence Patterson, just in case you're curious. First is Wimberley. Second is Davenport. Third is Canyon Lake. Davenport now making a move on the outside. Trying to do the exact same thing they did in the last leg. Pass them up in the last 60, and they will. Davenport will take it over. It'll be Davenport, Wimberley, Fredericksburg working their way back up as well. Davenport, Wimberley. Final leg for the Texans. It'll be Laney Hennessy out first. Top 4 now really back in there. Fredericksburg with a good push to get back up in there. Davenport in the lead, Wimberley in second, Canyon Lake in fourth, Davenport, I believe, in third place. Jocelyn back and forth with the Hawks. Canyon Lake, the last leg. Guess what? It's Arian Lightfoot, and she can fly, by the way.
Yeah, and you got Taylor Groner for Fredericksburg coming up strong, too, in fourth place. And she's going on the curve.
They're all going to catch Davenport. All of them are going to pass them right here. Laney Hennessy will pass first. Grona will pass second. Lightfoot coming up on her backside. Davenport's going to move back. Laney Hennessy coming down to the final 100. Wimberley in the lead. Grona to the right-hand side. Hennessy slides out a little bit. 50 meters left for Wimberley in a district championship. Laney fighting. Davenport coming back. Final 10, 15 meters, and Davenport takes second. Wimberley. Laney Hennessy pulls it off, and she and the Wimberley Texans are your district champions. Congratulations to Wimberley. What a race that one was. That was, Darren, from the moment go, this was.
Unofficially, I had them at a 4 flat. I think they may have been a little bit faster.
How about a 4.216 for Wimberley, a 4.426 for Davenport. Fredericksburg got back up into third place at a 4.547. Canyon Lake in fourth with a 401.05. That's your top 4 that'll move on to area.
Well, that's impressive race for all 4 of those teams, and they're going to battle it all night for that next week because it's going to be the same 4 teams going at it against 4 other teams from an opposing district. So it's going to be impressive. That was a great race by the Wimberley Texans, and really Taylor Grona for Fredericksburg making a huge push to get her team even in the top 3 there at the end.
Yeah, and a great job, Davenport. We mentioned it earlier, that third leg. Ryan Kovacs.
Yeah, she was a volleyball player. She played volleyball for them. She's a really good athlete. Has real good hops, springs, can jump out of the gym, and she really had a great leg for them to get them back into position to have a chance to win that.
Boys varsity 4x400, the last race of the night. Lane 1, it'll be Bernie. Lane 2, Navarro. 3, Davenport. 4, Fredericksburg. 5, Wimberley. 6, Bandera. And 7, Canyon Lake. That will be your lane assignments for the final race of the night here. District 27 just about wrapped up for the district track meet here from Wimberley, Texas. Again, Coach Ty Dalowitz on our camera, Asa on the other camera, Jordan Wink, our production manager here in the booth with us, Darren Masura and Jared Robinson. It's been a fun one, and we got one more race to go. Will it be enough for anybody to overtake. Now you've got me I need to go back to my team scores now. It will not be because Bernie is ahead 179 to 143, and the next one is 96. So the finals will be already taken care of. The final count for the varsity boys. Bernie will take
the. Is this updated here for the girls? So they ended up tying. Yeah, that's been updated.
That just
Davenport
updated.
and Wimberley tied for second.
Yep.
Fredericksburg wins it on the varsity girls with 150 points.
So we are ready for our final race. Varsity boys 4x400 meter relay. The one you wait for all night long is finally here. Bernie in 1, Navarro in 2, Davenport 3, Fredericksburg 4, Wimberley 5, Bandera 6, and the Hawks in 7. And they are in the blocks. Starter, gun up, ready for starting position, and they are off. Perfect start all night long for these athletes. No false starts whatsoever. Up in lane 5, Wimberley taking an early movement on the stagger. Everybody else kind of staying about put, maybe moving up a little bit, is Fredericksburg as well. Coming out of the first 200, Fredericksburg making a move. Down below them, Davenport. Davenport looks like they may have the lead coming out of the 300. Davenport very close to running over the line. Fredericksburg will actually have the lead coming out of the 300. It'll be Fredericksburg, Wimberley, Davenport. Then on the outside, it will be Bandera. Fredericksburg, Bandera now.
Good strong finish for Bandera there.
Fredericksburg, Navarro, all of them still in this mix. 5 teams, Darren, right there within about a second of each other. And they're going to start folding it down right here. Fredericksburg, big push from Wimberley up on the top side. Down low as well for Navarro. An incredible pace for both of these two young men from Wimberley and from Navarro. Fredericksburg now drops back to third. Davenport in 4th. Bandera in 5th. Wimberley sitting in 2nd behind Navarro. Coming around the corner in the turn 3. Navarro still on the bottom with the lead. Fredericksburg trying to move up. They'll have to move on the outside to take a lead. Fredericksburg with a late kick. They will try to take the second place over. It's going to be Navarro taking in the first handoff, followed by Fredericksburg, then Wimberley. So that is your top 3. Davenport, Bandera both kind of moved down just a little bit. Top 3 sitting with Navarro, Wimberley, and Fredericksburg.
Anybody's race still at this point, just a little over halfway done, and any of these 3 teams could kick their way into the lead here, coming down the stretch, coming off this curve. I mean, this is big right here. Coming off this curve, who's going to have it left when they hit that 100-meter mark?
We've seen Fredericksburg, both first 2 late kicks from Fredericksburg has ended up taking it. See if that's something that they train, and here they go. Fredericksburg on the move, passing up Navarro. Wimberley in 3rd. Fredericksburg stretching it out even a little bit more here. They're going to have a bigger lead coming up into this last leg. It'll be Fredericksburg, Navarro, Wimberley, Davenport, Bandera. That's your top 5. Out to a good lead now for Fredericksburg.
Look out for Nolan Wida. He's caught some people earlier in meets for Wimberley. He's caught up and won races at the last minute coming down the stretch.
Nolan already making a move. Passed up Navarro, still trying to get up into Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg shows Jonah Green as the last leg on my sheet. Nolan has caught him. 150 meters left in the middle of turn 3, and Nolan White has come up to the right-hand side. Jonah Green, he's going to pass him on the corner. Took a little bit of a risk right there down the back straightaway. Wimberley, Fredericksburg, neck and neck. Nolan White is going to take this. He does not have quit in him. It'll be Wimberley taking the district championship in both boys and girls 4x400 meter. Congratulations. What a leg it was right there by Nolan White.
Yeah, I wish I had the split on that. I got too caught up in the race, Jared, to get the lap on that for Nolan White, but he got the baton in 3rd position. Pretty good 20 meters, maybe 15, 20 meters back, able to overtake 2nd and 3rd place in that anchor leg, and just a great race for the Wimberley Texans.
Yep, they are your boys 4x400 meter champion. The times have not yet been posted. There they are. Texans 324.059. Fredericksburg with a 324.695. Davenport with a 328.247. Navarro at a 329.278. Those are your top 4 in the 4x400 in the mile relay. And, man, it was a fun day today.
It was.
I got to tell you, a blast here for the District 27 track meet from Wimberley, Texas. Beautiful night. Had the little bit of a wind that showed up earlier that kind of caused a little bit of a delay. But, man, we sure appreciate everybody tuning in and watching us on the Wimberley ISD YouTube page today. Again, just a fun stuff. Good luck to this group of young women and young ladies and men who are advancing next week to the area. You said Wednesday.
Yeah. Congrats.
Who are advancing.
Congrats to everybody, individuals and relay teams, the top 4 that have advanced to the next round of competition area meet next Wednesday, April 10th. And it's always exciting for the student athletes and the parents and the coaches to get to take a big group into the second week of the playoff season for track.
I always tell you this, and this is one of those things that always kind of goes unmentioned. Thank you, coaches. Thank those gentlemen and those ladies who put the time in, and they come out here. And track is not something that a lot of people want to do, but these coaches have got these kids to buy into what they're doing and to want to run track and stretch themselves to the very bitter end, what we see in the 4x400 and the 3200, to stretch themselves to the very end. So thank your coaches. Thank everybody involved with this. We thank the fans. We thank the athletes. We thank the all of the schools in District 27.
I was going to say that. I mean, we're going to lose a couple of these schools, over the course of the next couple of years. We lose Bernie that's moving up to 5A. And, man, we've really enjoyed being a part of this district for the last couple of years, without a doubt. And I've just good luck to, those that are moving on, and the district's changing a little bit and that sort of thing. But good luck to these athletes as they move forward in their careers.
Absolutely, 100%. And it's been a blast to do today with you. We appreciate Wimberley ISD involving Darren and I to do this track meet, first one we have ever done, and hopefully it
probably tell.
Hopefully it went well enough that nobody turned us off or muted us. But again, Jordan Wink, our production manager here today, Asa on a camera, Coach Ty Dalowitz as well on a camera from all of us here with Wimberley ISD District 27 track meet is in the books. Thank you. Appreciate it. Everybody have a great weekend and good night.